So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Naruto was reincarnation of Null and control the whole symbiote god Hive. Symbiote god Hive. So in this video, if you are new on this channel, then please make sure to leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos which are very interesting. So yeah, do check out, and without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
Chapter 1. The seal that remembered the dark on the night Naruto Uzumaki was born. The world believed it was witnessing a tragedy it understood. A village under attack. A monster unchained. A father making an impossible choice. A mother giving everything she had left to protect her child. That was the story history would keep. It was not the whole truth. Because in the instant, the 9 tails was pressed toward the newborn's abdomen. When formula, chakra, blood, and will converged into the oldest art the shinobi world possessed, something happened inside the seal that had nothing to do with chakra at all. For one impossible moment, the seal recognized what it was touching. Not the fox, not the child, something else, something older than either. Something that should not have had a name in a world built on chakra, and yet the spiral knew it anyway. The barrier around the birthing site trembled like a dying star. Cracks of orange-red chakra lashed across the air beyond it, so violent that even from within the protected space, they could feel the 9 tails tearing at the edges of the world. Trees had been ripped from the earth. Stone had melted. The ground itself shuddered in long, nauseating waves, as though the beast's hatred had seeped beneath the roots of the forest and taught the land to fear. Inside, the air smelled of iron, scorched wood, and exhausted chakra. Kushina Uzumaki knelt in the wreckage of what had once been a carefully prepared sealing chamber, her breath shallow, her skin pale with strain. Her red hair, usually bright as flame, clung in damp strands to her face and shoulders. The chains of her chakra, once brilliant and steady, flickered around her in jagged arcs. They had always looked alive when she used them, like extensions of a furious spirit. Tonight they looked frayed. Minato Namikaze stood in front of her, one hand lifted in a seal, the other trembling only when no one was looking directly at it. He had never felt time move like this before. Not in war, not on missions, not even in the worst moments of battle. Time tonight did not flow, it fractured. Each second arrived jagged and sharp, carrying too much weight. The child was between them, small, wrapped, newly born, too quiet for the chaos surrounding him. Naruto? Minato looked down only once, because looking twice made it harder to keep moving. The infant's face was scrunched in the vague, unfocused way of any newborn. Nothing about him should have felt strange. Nothing about him should have interrupted the calculations racing through Minato's mind. He was a child, a baby, helpless, human, and yet Minato could not shake a feeling that had begun the moment he lifted him from the blankets. Naruto did not feel empty the way newborns usually did to Minato's senses, soft, bright, unmarked by heavy chakra formation. He felt dense, not in chakra. Not exactly. Dense in the way a star might feel dense if someone had folded it shut and hidden it beneath skin. It made no sense. So Minato ignored it. A shinobi survived impossible nights by ignoring everything that could not be solved. Minato, Kushina said, and there was warning in her voice. He turned. One of her chains had brushed Naruto's blanket while she shifted. Normally, her chakra chains were pure, unmistakable crimson bright, almost transparent at the edges, carrying the force of her Uzumaki vitality through the air like red-hot glass. Tonight, at the exact point where the nearest chain had touched the blanket over Naruto's stomach, the color had changed, not fully. Only at the edge, a line of black had appeared there, thin as ink in water. Minato's eyes narrowed. Kushina saw it too. "Did you?" "I saw it." For a second, neither of them moved. Then the blackness vanished. The chain flared red again, clean and normal, as if nothing had happened. The night outside screamed. The 9 tails slammed against the boundary of Kushina's failing containment, and the entire chamber shuddered. Dust fell from the broken ceiling. A crack raced across one of the stone pillars with a sound like splitting bone. There was no room for hesitation. "We don't have time," Minato said, and hated how calm his voice sounded. Kushina looked at Naruto, then at him, then away, because if she kept looking at either of them, she might not be able to do what needed to be done. "I know." Minato moved. His hands blurred through seals, not with speed for its own sake, but with the crisp precision of a man who had already accepted the cost and could no longer afford emotion. Formula lines began to spread across the prepared surface beneath Naruto, black script crawling into existence with each pulse of chakra Minato fed into the technique. The pattern was one of the Uzumaki's greatest inheritances, a spiral matrix designed to contain, divide, and bind impossible things. It should have responded like it always did. It did not. At first the formula wrote itself normally, then the innermost ring hesitated. Minato felt it through his fingertips before he consciously saw it. A resistance in the inscription. Not rejection, something stranger. Like the formula was pausing to listen. His jaw tightened. The black markings around Naruto's abdomen reached the center point, where the primary spiral was meant to close inward and lock the seal in perfect rotational harmony. Instead, the final curve wrote backward. Minato's hand stopped. 1/2 second. No more. He stared at the line. Formula knowledge lived in instinct as much as scholarship. Masters of Fuinjutsu learned to feel when something was wrong the way a swordsman felt imbalance in a blade. This was wrong, not sloppy, not unstable, not failing. Wrong in a way that implied intent. The final inner script was not malformed. It had rewritten itself. And the symbols. Minato knew sealing texts in dozens of structures: Uzumaki binding lattice, barrier composites, chakra sync arrays, even fragments of ruined scripts from pre-village archives. This was none of them. The marks in the innermost layer looked older than language, not crude, not primitive, ancient in the way the ocean was ancient, as though the spiral had reached backward through history and remembered a version of itself no human had ever been meant to read. "Minato?" Kushina's voice came thinner now. Her control was slipping. The fox was ripping her open from within. If he stopped, even for another heartbeat, everything would collapse. He forced the movement. The formula continued. The strange inner script settled into place beneath the outer seal like a second heartbeat hidden under a familiar rhythm. The larger structure stabilized around it. The visible design remained recognizably Uzumaki. Spiral, concentric, bound. But Minato knew, with the cold certainty of a craftsman seeing rot beneath lacquer, that something else had nested inside it. Something the seal had not rejected, something it had accepted too easily. Outside, the 9 tails roared. Minato inhaled sharply and began the final transfer. The beast's chakra came like a tidal wave dragged through a knife edge. It tore through space, howling red and gold, ferocious beyond reason. The pressure alone bent the air. Trees uprooted. The ground cratered. Kushina screamed as the last of her chains tightened in desperate opposition. Minato reached into that raging, impossible mass and forced it toward the infant. The moment the fox's chakra touched the seal, Minato felt the feedback. He had expected resistance. Compression, containment, strain. The terrifying, grinding violence of trying to fold a calamity into the body of a child. Instead he felt hunger, not Naruto's, not the fox's. The seal did not merely close around the 9 tails. Something inside its deepest layer opened and fed. The sensation shot back through Minato's chakra network so hard his vision blurred. He had the sickening impression of depth without end, of something vast below the formula that had been asleep so long it no longer distinguished between chakra and light, between power and presence, between prey and offering. For the first time that night, genuine fear pierced through his composure, not for the village, not even for himself, for the child. Naruto's tiny body arched once as the seal completed. Kushina gasped, the air froze, then everything snapped into silence. The 9 tails vanished into the infant. The formula locked, The chamber stopped shaking. Minato dropped to one knee, one hand braced hard against the ground, breathing like he'd run through war itself. The technique had succeeded. The village would survive. The fox was contained. It should have felt like victory. Instead, he felt cold. Cold in a way chakra exhaustion did not explain. Kushina crawled forward despite the blood loss, despite the pain, despite the weakening of her life force, and gathered Naruto into shaking arms. She checked his face, his breathing, his tiny hands, the desperate movements of a mother needing proof. For a moment he was still. Then, at last, Naruto cried. It was thin and small and entirely ordinary. The sound nearly broke Minato. Kushina laughed once through tears, because what else could that sound mean except that he was alive, that he was still theirs, that everything terrifying and incomprehensible about the seal did not matter because their son had opened his mouth and announced himself to the world like any child should. She rocked him weakly. "There you are," she whispered. "There you are." Minato looked at Naruto again. The infant's face twisted with the effort of crying. His fists clenched, his eyelids fluttered. Then, for one instant, his eyes opened, not blue, not yet. They were lightless, no reflection, no infant haze, no confused, unfocused search for color and shape. Just two perfect, depthless voids looking back at him, not angry, not aware exactly, but not empty. Minato's breath stopped in his throat. Then Naruto blinked, and they were the pale newborn eyes of any baby under torchlight, wet, unfocused, entirely human. Kushina hadn't seen. Or if she had no strength left to process it. Minato said nothing. There are moments when a man chooses what kind of truth he can survive. He chose silence, because the village was still burning outside, because his wife was dying, because his son was breathing, because there was no time left to become someone else. He moved to them both and knelt. Kushina leaned into him, weak and warm and slipping away by degrees he could not fight. Naruto's crying softened between them. The seal on the infant's stomach lay hidden beneath cloth and skin. But Minato could still feel it there, steady, contained, and wrong in a way too deep for panic to reach. Kushina looked down at Naruto and smiled through the agony, because mothers could still do that on the edge of death. "Don't make his food too salty," she whispered. "And tell him his mother was strong. Tell him I didn't lose to anyone." Minato made a broken sound that wanted to be laughter. "I will, and tell him." Her eyes drifted shut for a moment, then reopened through sheer will. "Tell him to find people. Real people, not just duty, not just the village. He'll need someone." Minato bowed his head. He wanted to promise 100 things. A childhood, safety, friends. A long, loud future full of scraped knees and bad schoolwork and stubborn dreams. He wanted to promise that whatever darkness had brushed the seal tonight would remain nothing more than a nightmare seen from too close. But the night had stripped promises down to their bones, so he touched Naruto's head with trembling fingers and said the truest thing he had left. "I love you." Naruto stopped crying, not gradually. Not because he had tired himself out. He simply went quiet. The silence landed heavily over the ruined chamber. Kushina's breath hitched. Minato looked down. The baby was awake again, staring past both of them toward nothing visible. Calm, too calm. His tiny chest rose and fell. One hand, still no bigger than Minato's thumb, loosened from its fist and rested over the place where the seal lay. Under the blanket, the formula gave one low pulse. Minato felt it through the floor, not chakra, recognition. Then it was gone. Naruto blinked, frowned with infant incomprehension, and let out a softer cry than before, as if remembering belatedly what a baby was supposed to sound like. Kushina closed her eyes, exhausted beyond reason, and leaned against Minato's shoulder. She never noticed the way the torchlight near Naruto's blanket seemed dimmer than the rest. She never saw the shadow beneath him bend inward for half a second, like liquid trying to return to a deeper source. Minato did, and still he said nothing, because dawn was not promised to any of them, because maybe some horrors only gained shape when named, because maybe he was wrong, because fathers were allowed one impossible hope on the worst night of their lives. Outside, the village burned. Inside, the child slept. And deep within the spiral seal, beneath the visible mathematics of Uzumaki craft and the roaring prison of the 9 tails, the oldest layer of the formula settled around its new center like black water closing over light. History remembered Minato Namikaze as a hero. It remembered Kushina Uzumaki as a mother who held the 9 tails long enough for her son to live. It remembered the fourth Hokage sealing half the fox into Naruto and giving the village a chance to survive. History remembered the bright parts, the noble parts, the useful parts. History did not remember the seal hesitating. It did not remember the inner formula rewriting itself in characters no scholar had ever taught. It did not remember that, for the briefest moment, the act of containment had felt indistinguishable from an offering laid before something starved. Most histories do not survive that kind of truth. So the night became legend, and legends are clean in ways reality never is. Naruto did not remember that night. He remembered cold floors, thin blankets, the sound of adults lowering their voices when he entered a room. He remembered the orphanage before he remembered his own face. The building was older than most of the houses near it and carried the tired smell of boiled rice, floor soap, old wood, and too many children learning how small they were in rooms not built for grief. In the morning, the sunlight through the windows was pale and dusty. At night, the halls held sound too long. Naruto grew there the way weeds grew in cracks alive because life insisted, not because anyone had planned for it. He was not hated by every caretaker. That would have been simpler. Hatred at least had shape. What he received instead was inconsistency sharpened into loneliness. A woman would kneel once to wipe dirt from his cheek and then flinch the next day when his sleeve brushed hers. An older caretaker would set down an extra piece of bread near him without a word, then spend the afternoon pretending not to see when the other children shoved him away from a game. They were afraid of him, though many of them would not have admitted it aloud. Some because of whispers they half believed about the fox. Some because babies should not look at people the way Naruto sometimes did when they woke him suddenly from sleep. Not with anger, not even with confusion, with stillness. As if waking did not always bring him up from dreams, but down from somewhere deeper. He was 3 the first time a caretaker found the wall drawings. They were in a storage room no one used much, just a narrow little chamber with old futons, cracked buckets, and a wooden shelf that leaned slightly left. Naruto had slipped inside because another boy had taken his toy spinning top, and because small children in pain always searched instinctively for corners. When the caretaker opened the door, she expected tears. Instead, she found Naruto sitting quietly on the floor, a bit of charcoal in his hand, drawing on the wood spirals, dozens of them, every size. Every angle, not the cheerful, broad-leafed swirl of the village symbol children copied in their first lessons. Not the rounded emblem painted proudly on flak jackets and signboards and ceremonial banners. These spirals tightened too sharply, they all wound inward, as if each line were trying to disappear into its own center. The caretaker stood very still. Naruto, he looked up. His face was dirty. One knee of his shorts had torn. His whisker marks looked darker when he cried, though he wasn't crying now. "I was drawing," he said, because children offered simple truths and expected them to be enough. The woman nodded too quickly. "I can see that." Her eyes went back to the wall. There was something about the drawings that made her skin prickle, not because they were good. They were the work of a little boy, uneven pressure, awkward circles, charcoal smudges, but there was an unsettling consistency to them. He never once drew outward, never widened the curve. Every spiral narrowed the same way, each one seeming to pull the eye farther inward than the surface should allow. "You shouldn't draw on the walls." Naruto looked back at the nearest spiral as though this had not occurred to him. "Sorry." The apology was automatic, flat with practice. The caretaker stepped closer and crouched beside him. The room felt strangely dim, though the door stood open and afternoon light spilled in from the hall. "What is it supposed to be?" Naruto frowned. He seemed to consider the question seriously. "I don't know. Children lied badly." That was what made the answer unsettling. Because he wasn't lying, he truly did not know, he only knew he needed to draw them. The woman reached out to take the charcoal from his hand. Her fingertips brushed his palm. A chill ran up her arm so suddenly she recoiled before she could hide it. Naruto's eyes widened not in malice, just in the sharp little pain of recognition. He knew that reaction. Knew it the way some children knew the sound of rain before a storm. He lowered his gaze. "Sorry," he said again, smaller this time. The caretaker hated herself at once. "It's fine," she lied. But it wasn't fine, because that night when she tried to sleep, she kept seeing those spirals with her eyes closed. And in one brief, absurd moment before waking, she dreamed she was falling into one of them while something below looked up and opened its eyes. In the morning, she scrubbed the wall clean. By evening, Naruto had drawn another spiral on the back of his meal tray with leftover broth, always inward, always tightening, always like something consuming itself. There were other small things, too small on their own to become proof, too strange in accumulation to feel like coincidence. Shadows around Naruto sometimes pooled too thickly near his feet at sunset, not enough for anyone to say it aloud. Just enough to make the corners of rooms feel farther away when he stood in them. He disliked bright noon light, though he never complained. On days when the sky was overcast, he seemed calmer, more rested, less desperate in the loud, frantic way lonely children often were. During storms, he slept more deeply than anyone else in the building. Sometimes he woke in the middle of the night and sat up without crying or calling for help, staring at the darkness across the room as if listening to someone no one else could hear. Once, a boy twice his age shoved him hard enough to bloody his lip. Naruto hit the floor and stayed there. The other children laughed nervously. Then the room went quiet, because the patch of darkness under the older boy's bed had moved, just an inch. Just enough to lengthen toward Naruto's hand, before flattening back into ordinary shadow. By the time a caretaker arrived, all they found was Naruto sitting up slowly, touching his lip with 2 fingers, and the older boy insisting through tears that he wanted to sleep in another room. No one believed his explanation. "There was something under the bed," he said. "There never was, not where others could see it." When Naruto was 5, the seal pulsed during a fever. It began at dusk. He had spent the day too energetic, too loud, and too determined to prove he could run as fast as the older boys in the yard. By evening he was flushed and shivering under thin blankets, the fever dragging him in and out of restless sleep. The night caretaker, an elderly woman with a tired face and unexpectedly gentle hands, placed a damp cloth on his forehead and murmured that children always thought they were stronger than they were. Naruto, half conscious, muttered, "I am strong." The woman almost smiled. "Of course you are." Around midnight she came back to check on him. The room was cold, not winter cold, wrong cold, the kind that flattened sound and made the air feel heavy in the lungs. All 4 of the other children in the room were still asleep, yet their blankets were pulled up to their chins as if they had all reached for warmth at once. The single candle on the shelf burned low and strangely steady, its light unable to push fully into the corners. Naruto lay on his back, breathing fast. The blanket over his stomach had shifted. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, the seal showed faintly. That alone was impossible enough to stop the woman's heart for a beat. Seals did not reveal themselves like that through ordinary cloth in ordinary fever. Yet the pattern on the boy's abdomen glimmered dimly beneath the skin, not red, not blue, not any chakra color she had seen before. Black, not painted black, not shadowed black. A soft, depthless black like ink dropped into water too dark to reflect. The spiral mark appeared to be moving. She stepped closer with frozen caution. The outer seal rotated one way. A second, fainter layer beneath it turned in the opposite direction. The motion was slow, deliberate, mesmerically precise. As she stared, one of the smallest inner symbols shifted, not physically, perhaps. It was hard to explain later. But she would swear until the day she died that for one breath the mark on Naruto's stomach changed shape into a character she did not know, a hooked line older than script, and then changed back. Naruto whispered something in his sleep. The woman bent down. At first, she thought it was nonsense. Then she realized it was language, not one she knew. The syllables were soft and broken by fever, but they carried a terrible weight, as if the child's small throat were trying to speak around a sound too large for it. The last word was clear. Not because she understood it, because she felt it. A word like the opening of a door in a starless place. The candle went out. The woman recoiled so violently she struck the bed frame. Naruto's eyes opened. For one heartbeat they were lightless. The room disappeared into that gaze, not visually, not literally, but in the primal way fear erased all details except itself. Then he blinked, blue, human, terrified in the ordinary way of a sick child waking confused in darkness. "Where's the light?" he whispered. The caretaker stood shaking, one hand over her mouth. Naruto pushed himself up on one elbow, saw her expression, and all at once his own fear turned into the smaller, sadder fear he understood much better. "Did I do something wrong?" The question broke whatever spell had gripped her. She lit the candle with trembling hands. Warm light rushed back. The room was just a room again. The children slept. Naruto was flushed and feverish and tiny in his bed. His shirt had fallen back into place, hiding the seal entirely. "No," she said too quickly. "No, child, you're sick, that's all." He relaxed by inches. She wrung out the cloth and laid it over his forehead again. He caught her wrist gently before she could pull away. "Will you stay until I sleep?" The woman looked at his small hand around her arm and felt, to her own shame, the residue of fear still trying to convince her to step back. Instead, she sat. "Yes." Naruto nodded, as if this were a grand bargain rather than the smallest kindness in the world. He drifted off holding her sleeve. For the rest of the night she watched the candle. It did not go out again. But just before dawn, when the room turned gray and soft with morning, she looked down and noticed that Naruto had traced a spiral on the blanket over his stomach with one finger in his sleep. Inward, tightening, as if following instructions from a dream. By the time he entered the academy, Naruto had learned two truths no child should need. First, loneliness was easier to survive if you made noise before silence could close around you. Second, if he sat still too long, the dark behind his eyes felt less empty than it should, so he laughed, shouted, pulled pranks, demanded attention from people who would not have chosen to see him otherwise. He turned himself into motion because motion meant he did not have to listen. But every now and then, in the brief seconds between one mask and the next, something ancient and patient looked out through him and waited, not awake, not yet, merely remembering. And far beneath all the bright, clumsy determination of a boy who wanted acknowledgement more than air, the seal continued its impossible work. The outer matrix held the fox. The deeper layer did something else entirely. It listened. It learned Naruto's hunger, his isolation, his aching need to be seen, his instinct to reach for anyone who looked as alone as he felt. The wound where love should have been abundant and instead arrived in crumbs. Seeds, in other words, not of evil, of appetite. There is a difference, and the worst catastrophes are often born from confusing the two, because hatred destroys what it can. Appetite transforms what it touches and calls the result mercy. Naruto was not born cruel. He was born empty in all the places a child should have been held. And something in the seal, something older than chakra and older than the sage whose systems shaped the shinobi world, understood that emptiness with terrifying intimacy. It did not rush him. It did not speak. It only waited for the first true moment of recognition. The first time pain and power would meet. The first time the darkness inside him would not need to force itself outward because something outside would call to it by name. Until then, the village saw only a difficult orphan with too much energy and not enough discipline. The orphanage saw a lonely boy who drew unsettling spirals. The academy would see a failure. The world would see a Jinchuriki. No one saw the deeper truth. No one saw the second spiral turning beneath the first. No one saw the way the seal sometimes seemed less like a prison and more like a mouth remembering how to open. And on certain evenings, when the sunset bled orange across Konoha's rooftops and Naruto sat alone with a scrap of paper and a bit of dull pencil, he found his hand moving before thought could catch it. Curve. Curve again. Tighter, inward, one spiral beside another. The page filling slowly with shapes that looked less and less like the leaf's proud symbol, and more like an answer to a question no one had dared ask. A caretaker passing by paused at the open doorway and watched him. Naruto did not notice her at first. The room was quiet except for the scratch of pencil on paper. There was something oddly peaceful about him like this. Not happy. Never that, but still in a way children rarely were. The wildness fell out of his shoulders, the neediness left his face, his breathing deepened. The air around him seemed to gather itself. The caretaker's eyes drifted to the page. Her stomach tightened, all those spirals. Every one of them narrowing toward a center so dark the pencil had nearly torn the paper. Not a symbol of home. A symbol of consumption. Naruto looked up at last. For a moment he froze, caught in the universal guilt of children who know adults dislike marks appearing where they should not. Then he smiled, too fast, too bright. The loud Naruto sliding back into place like armor. "Look, I'm practicing," the caretaker forced a smile in return. "That's nice." Naruto beamed, but his eyes flicked once toward the drawing, then back to her face, as if checking whether she truly saw what he had made. She did. And she wished she did not. Because the longer she looked, the more certain she became that the page felt wrong in her hands before she even touched it. Because the room's shadows seemed subtly deeper around the desk. Because some instinct older than language itself was telling her that whatever the boy was drawing, he was not inventing it. He was remembering. That night, she threw the paper away. The next day, she found the same spirals carved lightly into the underside of the windowsill with a stolen nail, always inward, always tightening. Always like a world learning how to fold itself shut, far above the village, evening settled. The Hokage monument caught the last of the light. Lanterns began to glow in the streets. Children laughed somewhere beyond the orphanage wall. And in a small room with peeling paint, Naruto Uzumaki sat by the window and drew another spiral from memory he did not know he possessed. Its center was so dark he could not see where the line ended. He pressed harder. The pencil snapped. For a moment he stared at the broken tip in mild surprise. Then slowly he placed his fingertip in the center of the spiral. A pulse ran through him, not pain, not chakra, something colder, deeper, vast. His stomach turned strangely warm beneath his shirt. Somewhere under skin and seal and soul, the hidden layer moved just once, a quiet rotation in the opposite direction. Naruto drew in a breath and looked out at the village lights. He did not know why, but for the briefest instant, every window in Konoha looked fragile to him. Not weak, thin. As if all the homes, all the people, all the loneliness hidden behind their walls could be gathered together and held if only he knew how. The feeling passed. He blinked, suddenly just a boy again, and rubbed at his eyes. From the hallway, someone called his name in irritation. "Naruto, dinner." He jumped up at once, all noise and movement and careless energy, and ran for the door as if he had never been still at all. The unfinished spiral remained on the desk behind him. In the fading light, its center seemed darker than graphite should allow. And if anyone had stayed long enough to watch, they might have seen the shadow inside that little circle tighten by a fraction, like something smiling in its sleep. Chapter 2. All black, first light by the time Team 7 reached the bridge in the land of waves. Naruto Uzumaki had already begun to understand that something inside him answered to darkness faster than it answered to pain. He did not have words for it. He only had patterns. He slept more deeply under storm clouds than under blue skies. He hated certain silences and loved others. He sometimes woke from dreams with the taste of cold iron in his mouth and the memory of nothing except the sensation of falling inward. And ever since he had become a genin, ever since Kakashi had begun forcing real exhaustion into his body and real focus into his mind, the seal on his stomach had felt less like a scar and more like a sleeping thing that noticed when he bled. None of that meant anything to Naruto, Because Naruto was 13, loud, stubborn, and far too busy trying to prove himself useful to spend time dissecting the shape of his own fear. He wanted missions. He wanted acknowledgement. He wanted Sasuke to stop looking through him like he was background noise. He wanted Sakura to stop sighing every time he spoke too fast. He wanted Kakashi-sensei to say, even once, that he had done well without attaching a lecture to it. He wanted, more than any of that, to matter in a way people could not ignore. That was the hunger he knew. The older one beneath it still had no name. The bridge rose out of the mist like something half-finished by the gods. Massive stone supports vanished into gray water below. Cables stretched up into the clouded sky, disappearing into white. The boards beneath their sandals were slick with damp, and every sound seemed either swallowed or thrown back wrong by the surrounding fog. It did not feel like a place made for ordinary men to work. It felt like a road laid over emptiness and trusted not to think about it too hard. Tazuna moved at the center of the formation, muttering nervously under his breath. Sakura stayed alert near him. Sasuke advanced a little forward and left, balanced and silent. Kakashi walked as though lazy even when Naruto had learned by now that laziness from Kakashi usually meant the exact opposite. And Naruto was trying very hard not to think about the last time they had faced Zabuza Mamachi. He had been scared then, not embarrassed, not rattled. Scared. The memory still burned. The killing intent. The paralysis. That impossible feeling of a grown man's violence pressing against his nerves until his body had forgotten how to belong to him. He remembered the humiliation almost as clearly as the fear, the kunai shaking in his grip, the way Sasuke had moved first, the way Kakashi had needed to save all of them. Naruto hated that memory. So when the mist thickened unnaturally and the bridge workers' abandoned tools began to look like bones in the fog, he clenched his jaw and told himself that this time would be different. He would not freeze. He would not be dead weight. He would not let that look cross Sasuke's face again, the cold, silent judgment of someone measuring Naruto and finding him small. A ripple went through the mist, not wind, presence. Kakashi's voice sharpened at once. Positions! Team 7 moved. Naruto's pulse kicked hard. His fingers found a kunai. The air felt wet enough to drink, yet dry at the back of his throat. Somewhere in the white distance wood creaked. Water shifted below. Then came footsteps that did not belong to anyone on the bridge, slow, certain. Like someone approaching a grave they had already paid for. Zabuza emerged as though the mist itself had decided to grow teeth. The great sword rested across his shoulder. His bandaged face revealed almost nothing, yet the little it did reveal was enough. His visible eye carried the same dead amusement as before, the casual cruelty of a predator revisiting an interrupted meal. Beside him stood a slender figure in a hunter-nin mask. Haku! Even before the fight began, the space around them felt wrong. Naruto's body reacted first. His chest tightened. His hands dampened. Somewhere deep in instinct older than conscious thought, Terra recognized what was coming and tried to drag him backward out of it. Then Zabuza let his killing intent rise. It poured across the bridge like invisible blood. Sakura gasped. Tazuna stumbled. Even Sasuke's posture tightened by a fraction. Naruto felt the world narrow. This was what had broken him before. Not merely danger, not merely the risk of death. Killing intent at Zabuza's level was personal. It invaded. It told the nerves exactly how flesh came apart. It made the imagination complicit. It forced the body to rehearse its own destruction in exquisite detail until fear no longer felt emotional but anatomical. Naruto stopped breathing. In his mind he saw it, his throat opened, his chest split, the bridge stained beneath him. His fingers shook around the kunai. No, he thought wildly. Not again. Not like last time. The killing intent pressed harder, and somewhere inside him something ancient stirred and answered, not with rage, not with panic, with recognition. That was the terrifying part. Because Naruto's fear should have intensified. It should have become the red, hot panic he had come to associate with the Nine Tails chakra whenever he was driven beyond reason. That was how these moments were supposed to work. anger, heat, wildness, the beast clawing upward through the bars. Instead, everything inside him went very, very quiet. The fear did not vanish. It was observed. The pressure of Zabuza's malice touched the deepest layer of the seal and found not a jailer, not a fox, but a vast sleeping dark that had never confused violence for authority. Naruto's breathing steadied, not because he had mastered himself, because something beneath himself had opened one eye. The mist lost its chill. The pounding of his heart slowed. The sounds on the bridge separated into clean, precise details. Footsteps, breath, metal, water. The minute flecks of cable under shifting weight, and beneath all of it silence, not the normal silence between sounds, a deeper silence. A hungry one. Naruto's vision sharpened until the whole world looked outlined against absence. Zabuza's chakra no longer felt overwhelming, it felt bright, aggressive, temporary, like a torch waved at the mouth of a cave too deep for fire to matter. Kakashi glanced sideways at him, and something in his visible eye changed, because Naruto had stopped shaking. The boy who should have been paling under a missing nin's bloodlust was suddenly still in a way Kakashi had never seen before, too still. Zabuza noticed it too, his amusement thinned. "Interesting," he said, voice rough through the bandages. "That one smells worse than before." Naruto heard him. He turned his head slightly, and Haku, behind the mask, felt a brief pulse of instinctive wrongness so sharp it nearly made him step back. There was no transformation yet, no visible chakra cloak, no dramatic flare. Only a boy with bright hair and blue eyes looking forward through the mist, except for one impossible instant. The blue was gone. Darkness moved under his irises like ink beneath glass. Then the fight began. Zabuza attacked Kakashi with all the brutal precision of a man who had no need to hurry. Their clash cracked through the bridge like thunder. Steel screamed, water exploded upward in sheets. Kakashi barked orders. Sasuke moved. Sakura protected Tazuna. Haku vanished into speed and mist. Naruto threw himself forward because motion was still more natural to him than thought. A senbon flashed past his cheek. He ducked too late, it nicked his skin and left a line of bright pain. Another came low toward his shoulder. He twisted away. The mist shifted again, and Haku was there and then not there, gliding across the bridge with eerie grace. Sasuke engaged first, all focus and sharp angles, fire building in his breath, shuriken flickering out through the fog. Naruto joined half a step behind and half a thought too slow, angry at himself for it. Their coordination was rough but improving. They drove Haku back once. Then the hunter nin moved for real. The world became flashes of white mask, steel and glass bright senbon. Naruto blocked one strike and missed the next. Needles bit into his arm. Another grazed his side. He barely registered it. Pain had become oddly distant, as though his body were passing messages inward, and something vast was setting them aside for later review. At the center span of the bridge, Kakashi and Zabuza collided in a torrent of ninjutsu. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The dragon rose with a roar from the churning sea below, coiling upward beside the bridge in monstrous form, all scale-shaped current and crushing force. It was more than water. It was intent given volume, violence sculpted into motion. The bridge shook under its passage. Kakashi countered. Sasuke shouted something. Sakura called Naruto's name, but Naruto was no longer fully in the same sequence of moments as everyone else. The water dragon turned, vast and lethal, its jaws opening toward the section of bridge where the younger shinobi fought. Every ordinary instinct in Naruto should have screamed at him to move. Instead, he stared. Because the dragon was made of motion and force and killing will, and somewhere inside the dark beneath his ribs, all of that translated into the same simple truth: food. The seal pulsed. A chill tore down Naruto's right arm. He gasped and stumbled, dropping to one knee. The sensation was not like the Nine Tails chakra. Not a surge, not heat, not an eruption of foreign malice battering upward through his system. This was colder, cleaner, more intimate. It felt like his bones were remembering a shape his flesh had never held. Black lines spread under the skin of his right hand. At first, Sasuke thought it was blood vessels bursting from strain. Then the lines thickened, not beneath the skin, through it. Naruto's fingers spasmed. The kunai fell from his hand and rang against stone. Something wet and glossy emerged from the center of his palm, not liquid. Not metal, not chakra, but a substance that borrowed traits from all three and belonged to none of them. It rose in threads the color of absolute shadow, climbing over the back of his hand and racing up his forearm in branching veins of black. Naruto did not scream. That was the second wrong thing. The first was the impossible substance itself. The second was Naruto lifting his arm slowly and staring at it with calm wonder, as if watching rain gather on glass. The blackness spread to his elbow. Then further. It threaded around muscle and skin without tearing them, though the shape of his arm distorted subtly beneath it. The material thickened, smoothed, and hardened in the same movement, becoming a living sheath of dark metal that reflected no light. Not dull black. Not matte. Rather a surface so profoundly colorless it seemed to erase the torch gray mist around it. A blade began to form from his arm. Not attached to his hand like a weapon wielded, grown out of him. The black mass extended past his wrist in one sleek, hungry curve, lengthening and tapering into a sword edge that looked less forged than born. Strands of the same substance veined up toward his shoulder, then halted beneath the sleeve as if listening for permission. Naruto watched it happen with a face gone utterly blank. Kakashi saw him and forgot Zabuza for one dangerous fraction of a second, because he knew seals, not at Minato's level. Not at Kushina's, but enough. More than enough to understand that this was not leakage from the nine tails. There was no red, no blistering hate, no corrosive chakra flood. This was silence given form. Zabuza saw it too and barked out a harsh laugh that carried the first thread of real uncertainty. "What the hell is that?" No one answered. The water dragon crashed down. Naruto stood. He did not leap. Did not posture, did not shout some reckless declaration. He simply raised the black blade growing from his right arm and met the dragon head-on. Contact should have detonated. At minimum, the water should have shattered, dispersed, burst apart across the bridge in a soaking explosion of chakra and spray. It did not. The blade touched the dragon's snout, and the jutsu disappeared into it, not all at once. Not theatrically. There was no huge flash, no dramatic clash of opposing colors. The water touched the edge and turned black. The corruption spread with impossible speed through the body of the dragon, not infecting exactly, but unmaking its nature. Water became something heavier, darker, deader. The roaring serpent of current lost its transparency and sagged inward as if its own motion had been consumed from within. Then it fell as ash, not smoke. Ash, black, dry flakes cascading over the bridge in a hush that felt louder than any explosion. For one heartbeat, the entire battlefield stopped. Even Zabuza did. The flakes landed on Naruto's shoulders and hair, dissolving into nothing when they touched the black metal covering his arm. Naruto stood in the center of that impossible snowfall, motionless. His face had changed, not physically. Not enough for anyone to describe afterward in a way that made sense. He was still Naruto, same whisker marks, same bright hair plastered damply across his forehead, same stubborn jaw, but the expression on that face did not belong to any boy Kakashi had trained. Naruto was not angry. He was not afraid, he was curious. Calmly, terribly curious, as if violence had finally begun speaking a language he understood. Haku moved first, because Haku's loyalty was quicker than fear. Senbon flashed. Naruto turned his head before the needles reached him, not fast in a panicked way. Efficient. Certain. The first volley struck the black blade and vanished with soft, clicking sounds, absorbed into the surface without leaving a mark. Haku closed the distance immediately, trying to exploit the opening before whatever this was could fully stabilize. A mistake. Naruto looked at Haku. The hunter mask reflected two eyes that should have been bright blue. Instead, there was almost no color in them at all. The pupils had widened until the blue seemed like a ring around darkness, and beneath that darkness something old peered through with mild interest, like a king interrupted mid-thought by a particularly unusual insect. Haku hesitated, only a fraction. It was enough. The black substance on Naruto's arm rippled. It did not lash out on instinct. That would have been simpler. Easier to understand. It coiled, measured. A thin tendril unwound from the base of the blade and hovered near the bridge surface like a living shadow deciding where to land. Naruto's head tilted slightly. There was no cruelty in it. That was what made it monstrous. Cruelty belonged to emotion. This was farther from emotion than ice. Haku braced for impact. Naruto's lips parted. "Not yet," he whispered. The tendril froze. Then, as though obeying not Naruto the genin but something layered beneath him, the black blade began to retract. The sword folded back through the air without losing substance, streaming over his forearm in reverse flowing lines. The living metal sank into his skin the way darkness sinks into corners at sundown too smoothly, too naturally, as though flesh had always been meant to contain it. The last of it vanished into the center of his palm. Naruto blinked once. The expression on his face shattered. Confusion flooded in. His knees gave out. The world rushed back into sound. He hit the bridge hard and didn't get up. "Naruto?" Sakura's voice cracked. Sasuke moved to him immediately, faster than thought. Sharingan not yet awakened, but his instincts honed enough to know catastrophe when it stood in front of him. He crouched, one hand half reaching and half withdrawing, unsure whether touching Naruto was safe. Naruto's right arm looked normal, too normal. No blackness, no wound beyond the earlier Senbon scratches. The skin was pale and human and shaking faintly with post-adrenaline collapse. Ash from the dead water dragon clung to his sleeve. Sasuke stared at it. He knew what he had seen. Kakashi did too. On the far side of the bridge. Zabuza's killing intent had changed flavor. It was still murderous, still vicious, but threaded now with caution. He looked at Naruto, less like a child and more like a sealed container left too near fire. Haku's hidden expression was unreadable behind the mask. The moment passed only because battle demanded motion again. Kakashi forced himself back into the fight with the brutal discipline of a veteran shinobi refusing fear until later. Sasuke hauled Naruto backward by the collar while Sakura covered them. Tazuna was shouting. The bridge shuddered under new impacts. Mist swallowed sightlines. The fight continued. But not as it had before. Something had entered it that none of them understood. And once the incomprehensible appears in battle, every movement after that happens inside its shadow. They survived. Barely, messily, through effort, exhaustion, and the fragile chain of choices that lets history become one outcome instead of another. By the time the fighting stopped, and the bridge no longer felt like it was balancing over the mouth of a living nightmare, Naruto was unconscious. Kakashi checked him twice, then a third time, pulse steady. Chakra network strained but intact, no Fox leakage, no obvious seal rupture, skin normal temperature. Breathing shallow but healthy, nothing medically explained what had happened that made it worse. They got him back to Tazuna's house at dusk under a sky so overcast the whole world seemed bruised. Sakura stayed close, worry making her sharper rather than softer. Sasuke walked half a pace ahead, silent in a way that warned everyone not to speak unless necessary. Kakashi said almost nothing at all. Naruto woke hours later in a room lit by one oil lamp and the last blue-gray wash of evening through paper windows. For a while he lay still, disoriented. The bed was unfamiliar but clean. His muscles hurt. His right arm felt strangely heavy, though when he lifted it into view it looked ordinary. He flexed his hand. 5 fingers, scraped knuckles, a faint needle mark, nothing else. He sat up too fast, his stomach twisted. A memory flickered mist, Haku's mask, Zabuza's pressure, something cold racing through his arm, then blankness. Sakura noticed first. "He's awake." She leaned in with equal parts relief and irritation, which for Sakura usually meant she had been scared enough to get angry about it. "You idiot, you scared us." Naruto blinked at her. What happened? Sakura opened her mouth, stopped, looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, sitting by the wall with his orange book closed for once, regarded Naruto over folded hands. That's what I'd like to know, Naruto frowned. I fought right, I remember. I remember Haku coming at us, and Zabuza, and then… He touched his head. It gets weird. Weird, Sasuke repeated from the window, voice flat. Naruto turned. Sasuke had been standing there in near darkness, looking out at the rainless clouds as if conversation were an inconvenience he had not consented to. But now he faced inward, and something in his expression made Naruto's skin prickle, not mockery, not even anger, wariness. What? Naruto snapped, defensive at once. Why are you looking at me like that? Sasuke held his gaze for a long moment, then looked away first, which somehow felt worse. You don't remember. It wasn't a question. Naruto's chest tightened. Remember what? He looked to Sakura. She looked uncomfortable. To Kakashi. Kakashi looked thoughtful in the deeply bad way adults did when they were deciding how much truth a child could handle. Naruto, Kakashi said mildly, take off your shirt. Naruto stared. What? Your shirt? Why? Because I'd rather inspect the seal than guess. The room went still. Naruto's hand went unconsciously to his stomach. He hated when people looked at the seal. Even when they were careful. Even when they acted professional. It made him feel less like a person and more like a storage scroll everyone was pretending not to discuss aloud. But Kakashi's tone left little room for argument. With muttered protests, Naruto tugged off the shirt. Sakura looked aside with a flush. Sasuke didn't bother pretending to. Kakashi rose and stepped closer. For a moment, Naruto thought nothing had changed. Then Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. Because the seal was not the same seal. The outer spiral remained Minato's work complex, elegant, dense with layered containment formula. Kakashi recognized enough of it to feel a familiar ache of respect, but beneath it, faint and unmistakable now under low light, there was a second ring. Not added over the first, embedded within it. A thinner spiral rotating opposite the outer pattern, its lines so dark they seemed engraved into depth rather than skin. Small characters hooked along that inner turn, not fully legible, not consistent with standard sealing script, almost seeming to alter slightly when stared at too long. Naruto looked down, his breath caught. I didn't have that before. No, Kakashi said quietly. You didn't. Sakura came closer despite herself. Is that because of the 9 tails? Kakashi did not answer immediately, which was answer enough. Naruto pressed a hand over the seal. It felt warm, not feverish, alive. A nauseating little thrill went through him, not fear exactly, and not comfort either, but the awful middle ground where something wrong feels familiar. I don't like this, he muttered. For once no one called him dramatic. Kakashi's fingers hovered over the mark, not quite touching. The fox's chakra didn't erupt today. I would have recognized that. What happened on the bridge came through you differently. Naruto's voice dropped. What happened on the bridge? Silence again. Sakura glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke's jaw tightened. In the end, it was Kakashi who said it, because of course it was. Adults always thought saying the worst thing calmly made it less terrible. A blade manifested from your arm, he said. Black, some kind of materialized extension. It absorbed Zabuza's water dragon and reduced it to ash. Naruto laughed once, a short, unbelieving sound. Then he saw no one else was laughing. His mouth went dry. That's not funny. No, Sasuke said from the window. It wasn't. Naruto looked at his right arm again. It was just an arm. He turned it over, pressed the skin. Dug nails into the palm until it hurt. Nothing answered. And somehow that terrified him more than if blackness had immediately poured back out, because it meant whatever had happened did not belong to effort or technique. He couldn't call it up, couldn't test it, couldn't deny it. It had arrived when it wanted and left when it wanted, and all it had needed from him was a moment of fear deep enough to act as invitation. Kakashi watched him carefully. Naruto, when Zabuza's killing intent hit you, what did you feel? Naruto opened his mouth with some automatic answer-ready anger, fear, the fox, something useful. But the real answer came out instead. Silence. No one spoke. Naruto hated how small his own voice sounded. It wasn't like before, he said. Last time it felt like I was gonna die and my body knew it before I did. This time I was scared and then, he frowned, trying to catch the memory before it dissolved. It was like something in me heard him, not the words, just what he was, and then everything went quiet. Sakura hugged her arms. Sasuke looked at Naruto fully now. Kakashi filed that answer away behind his one visible eye and said nothing more. Because there are truths a Jonin can investigate, and there are truths that make even a Jonin decide not to ask the next question until he absolutely must. Night settled heavy over the land of waves. The room emptied gradually. Sakura went to help downstairs, though she looked back twice before leaving. Kakashi claimed Naruto needed rest, but placed ceiling tags around the room's corners so subtly he probably assumed Naruto wouldn't notice. Naruto noticed. Sasuke left without a word. Naruto sat awake long after everyone else expected sleep. The oil lamp had been turned low. Rain threatened outside but never fell. The house creaked with unfamiliar sounds. He stared at his right hand, opened it, closed it. Tried to imagine a sword growing from bone. Nothing. He pulled his shirt back on and lay down, then sat up again immediately, unable to bear the angle at which the seal touched the bedding. The new inner spiral itched not on the skin, but under it, like something turning in place too slowly to count as movement and too steadily to ignore. Finally, he slipped outside. The yard behind Tazuna's house was quiet. The night air carried salt from distant seawater and the raw smell of unfinished timber from the bridge. Clouds covered the stars almost completely, leaving the world painted in soft darkness. Naruto took a breath. This darkness did not feel empty. It never really had. He moved toward the small water barrel by the side fence and looked down into it. For a moment, he saw only his own reflection, blurred by the faint ripple of night breeze. Then the water darkened, not physically. Not entirely. More like the reflection lost depth where his eyes should have been, as if for an instant something behind the image had leaned closer to inspect him. Naruto jerked back. The water became normal again. He told himself it was exhaustion, stress, leftover fear. He wanted to believe that badly enough to almost manage it. You're terrible at sneaking around. Naruto spun. Sasuke stood on the fence post behind him, balanced with casual precision that would have looked arrogant on anyone else. Moonless light outlined the edge of his face. His expression was unreadable. Naruto scowled immediately because that was easier than anything else. I wasn't sneaking. Sasuke jumped down. For a moment neither spoke. Then Naruto said, trying for irritation and landing closer to unease, "So what, you came out here to stare at me too?" Sasuke's gaze dropped briefly to Naruto's right arm. Maybe. Naruto swallowed anger that didn't quite ignite properly. Sasuke folded his arms. On the bridge, when that thing came out of you. It wasn't a thing, Naruto snapped. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Then what was it? Naruto had no answer. That silence stretched between them, alive with everything unsaid. At last Sasuke said, quieter, "You looked at Haku like he wasn't a person." Naruto flinched, because somewhere in the broken fragments of memory he could almost feel the truth of that, not hatred, worse, indifference wrapped in interest. He looked away first. Sasuke noticed. And Sasuke, who had spent years drowning in his own need for power, understood something in that reaction that he did not have language for either. Not what Naruto had become for those few seconds. But that Naruto himself feared it. That should have made Sasuke feel superior. It didn't. It unsettled him instead. Because power that wanted to be used was one thing. He understood that. The curse of wanting more strength, more skill, more edge, those were roads he walked consciously every day. But power that arrived calm, self-possessed, and uninterested in permission, that was different. That was the kind of thing that turned people into vessels while convincing them they had finally become complete. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a long time and made a decision he would never admit aloud. He would not tell Sakura the full truth of what he had seen in Naruto's eyes. He would not tell Tazuna's family. He would not even tell Kakashi what unsettled him most. because saying it out loud would make it harder to dismiss as battle shock, and because some private instinct warned him that giving shape to it might help it grow. So instead he said only, "Get stronger." Naruto blinked. "What?" Sasuke turned toward the trees beyond the fence. "If you lose control of whatever that was next time, I want to be strong enough to stop you." The words landed like a slap. Naruto's face went hot. "You." But Sasuke was already moving, leaping to the low branch of a nearby tree, then the next, then vanishing into the dark with the clean, driven grace of someone carrying fear straight into training because training was the only answer he trusted. Naruto stood alone in the yard. The insult should have made him furious. Instead, it hollowed him, because buried inside it was something worse than mockery, possibility. He looked down at his hand again. For one breath, in the center of his palm, he thought he saw a tiny black line appear like fresh ink beneath skin. Then it was gone. Sasuke trained until dawn. Long after even his anger had burned itself into mechanical repetition, he kept moving, shuriken until his wrists ached, fire release until his throat felt scraped raw. Taijutsu drills against bark and air and memory. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw it again. Naruto standing under the falling ash of a devoured water dragon. Naruto's arm transformed into living black metal. Naruto's face empty of panic, empty of childish noise, empty of everything except that awful, cold curiosity. Sasuke had seen monsters before, not many, but enough. The massacre had taught him what human beings looked like when death stripped all the polite language away. This had been different. This had felt older than murder. And what unsettled him most was not the power itself. It was the invitation hidden inside it. For one impossible moment on the bridge, when that silence spread outward from Naruto, Sasuke had felt something brush his own instincts not against skin, not against chakra, but against the wound at the center of him where loneliness and rage had learned to live together. A whisper without words. Not command, not illusion, recognition. You too. He hated that. He hated it enough to train until his hands bled. By dawn he stood alone among scarred trees, breathing steam into the pale morning, and understood only one thing clearly. Naruto had changed. Maybe the change had been there all along and merely shown itself. Maybe it had started on the bridge. Maybe it had begun the night he was born, and the rest of them were only late to notice. Sasuke did not know. He only knew that whatever had looked out through Naruto's eyes for those 30 seconds had not been a tantrum of chakra. It had been a presence. And if Sasuke ever wanted to keep his own path from being swallowed by someone else's darkness, he would need to become stronger than it. Back at Tazuna's house, Naruto finally slept just before sunrise. As dreams took him, he found himself standing in a place he had never seen and somehow recognized immediately. There was no fox, no bars, no sewer tunnels, and no dripping red. Instead, there was only black water stretching in every direction beneath a sky with no stars. In the center of that stillness, something moved below the surface, not rising, circling, patient. Naruto looked down and saw two spirals reflected at his feet, one turning inward, one turning the opposite way. When he woke, his hand was pressed hard over the seal on his stomach. And though the room was lit gold by morning, though birds called outside and ordinary life resumed with stubborn optimism, Naruto could not shake the feeling that somewhere deep inside him, something had seen the world at last and was no longer entirely asleep. Chapter 3, The Blessing of the King. The Forest of Death had a smell unlike any other place Naruto had ever entered. Wet bark, old moss, rot hidden beneath green life, the metallic edge of predator territory. 1,000 living things breathing under the canopy, all of them quiet in the wrong way, as if the forest had already decided who belonged to it and was merely waiting to see how long the intruders would pretend otherwise. Most genin hated it because it felt dangerous. Naruto hated it because it felt familiar, not the trees, not the humidity, not the insects whispering through leaves too high to see, the silence. That deep, listening silence between sounds, the kind that did not merely surround you but seemed to notice you back. Team 7 crouched on a thick branch near the edge of Sector 44, while Proctor's voices faded behind them and the exam gates clanged shut in the distance. Sunlight barely penetrated the canopy. What little did reach the ground came down in fractured shafts, pale and sickly, turning every patch of mist into something that looked half-solid and watchful. Sakura checked their scroll again, even though she knew exactly which one they had. Sasuke watched the woods like an arrow held at full draw. Naruto grinned too loudly because dangerous places always made him talk more. "Okay," he whispered, crouching lower on the branch. "We just need the other scroll, avoid giant monsters, avoid psycho teams, avoid starvation, avoid dying, and boom, we pass." Sakura didn't even look at him. "That's not reassuring." It wasn't supposed to be reassuring, Sakura-chan. It was supposed to be motivating. It was neither. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but Sasuke lifted one hand sharply without turning his head. That alone made Naruto go still, because Sasuke had changed since the Land of Waves. Not openly, not in any way easy to point at. He still insulted Naruto with regularity, still wore his pride like a blade he sharpened against everyone else, still fought with the cold precision of someone who trusted effort more than people. But he watched Naruto differently now. Always just a little. Never enough for Sakura to comment. Never enough for Kakashi to call it out. Enough for Naruto to notice. Sometimes Naruto caught Sasuke glancing at his right arm after training. Sometimes during sparring, Sasuke overcommitted by a fraction, as if daring Naruto to snap into that same cold stillness from the bridge. He never mentioned it directly. Naruto never asked. Both of them preferred the safety of pretending the thing between them had no name, and because it had no name, it kept growing. Now Sasuke's hand was up, fingers slightly spread, body turning toward the darker trees ahead. Someone was approaching. Not loudly, not carelessly, but to Team 7's sharpened exam nerves, the presence was obvious, chakra sliding through the forest with too much smoothness. No genin moved like that. No ordinary proctor would hide it. Sakura whispered, "Is it another team?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "No." Naruto felt it a second later, a strange pressure in the air, not killing intent exactly, something wetter. Colder, like a smile dragged across a knife. His stomach tightened. The second spiral beneath the seal gave one slow rotation. The trees ahead shifted. A face appeared between them. At first, Naruto's mind rejected what he was seeing because it made no sense. The face was too long, too pale, too stretched in ways human skin was not meant to stretch. Then recognition arrived all at once. Orochimaru. Even before Naruto knew the name, his body understood the wrongness. The man moved like something wearing humanity as a costume that had become too familiar to bother adjusting properly. His eyes were gold and ancient and amused. His smile held none of the straightforward brutality Zabuza had carried. This was worse. This was appetite with manners. "Well now," the stranger said softly, voice slipping through the leaves like silk over bone. "What a promising little group." Sakura tensed. Naruto bared his teeth instinctively. Sasuke didn't move at all, which in Sasuke usually meant he was closest to panic. The figure stepped fully into the lightless green. He was disguised, technically face altered, body language muted just enough that a less sensitive team might have mistaken him for an odd grass shinobi. But Kakashi had briefed them on dangerous presences, on what to do if they encountered opponents far above their level. Naruto didn't need the briefing anymore. Everything in him recoiled. Everything beneath that recoil leaned closer. Orochimaru's gaze passed over Sakura with disinterest, brushed Naruto in a way that felt like a tongue over old scars, then stopped on Sasuke and sharpened into hunger. There it is, Naruto thought suddenly, though he did not yet know what it meant, a man looking at someone the way a void looked at light. "Run," Sasuke said. He didn't shout it, didn't dramatize it, which was why Sakura obeyed instantly. Team 7 launched from the branch in 3 directions that reconverged exactly as they'd trained. Erratic movement, broken sightline, scramble for terrain advantage. Naruto hit the next trunk, pivoted, threw kunai blindly backward to buy distance, and felt the forest explode around them. Orochimaru did not pursue like a normal shinobi. He glided through the woods. The trees seemed to part for him or else fail to matter. Naruto heard Sakura's breathing to his left, Sasuke's footfalls ahead, the hiss of leaves cut by projectiles behind them. They changed direction twice. Then again. Then again. It made no difference. The pressure remained closer, closer. Then it descended. Orochimaru dropped from above into the center of their path as though gravity had politely chosen to deliver him where he wanted. The impact cracked roots. Bark splintered. Naruto and Sakura skidded in opposite directions. Sasuke landed upright, kunai already out. For 1 second the forest held its breath. Then Orochimaru let his killing intent unfold. Zabuza's killing intent had been a murderer's blade shoved into the mind. This was older and fouler. It was the sensation of being measured for consumption by something that enjoyed patience. Naruto's vision blurred. Sakura collapsed to her knees with a strangled sound. Sasuke locked in place, every muscle straining to move through pure force of will. Naruto felt terror strike him full in the chest. But unlike on the bridge, it did not become silence immediately, because Orochimaru's intent did not merely threaten Naruto, it reached past him. It reached for Sasuke. That made all the difference. The dark beneath Naruto's ribs had been patient up to now. Curious. Listening. It had unfolded when danger touched Naruto directly, had manifested as weapon and hunger against an enemy's force. This was different. Something precious to the wound at Naruto's center was under threat. Not precious in a sentimental sense. Naruto would not have admitted that even to himself. But Sasuke had become important in the strange, jagged way rivals sometimes became the shape around which a lonely boy's world organized itself. Sasuke saw Naruto's worst traits and still measured himself against him. Sasuke did not ignore him. Sasuke did not dismiss him as harmless. Sasuke did not understand him, but he watched. And deep inside Naruto, where loneliness had been fermenting into something darker for years, that attention mattered more than it should have. Orochimaru extended one hand toward Sasuke. "What beautiful eyes," he murmured. Sasuke flinched not backward, but inward. Naruto saw it, saw the shock. The rage. The humiliation of being powerless in front of someone who looked at him the way butchers looked at rare animals. Something in Naruto's hidden lair moved with sudden purpose. Sakura tried to rise and couldn't. Sasuke forced one trembling step forward. Orochimaru smiled wider. Then Naruto felt it, not words, not thought, but a cold, impossible certainty spreading beneath his heartbeat. Mine. The sensation horrified him. And yet a part of him, the part made of neglected childhood and desperate hunger to be necessary, almost understood it. Not mine because I love him. Not mine because I own him. Mine because I know that emptiness. Mine because I see the shape of the wound. Mine because I will not let another predator claim what I recognized first. Naruto's seal flared under his jacket. Orochimaru's gaze flicked to him, mildly curious. The next instant, everything happened too fast for ordinary description. Naruto lunged, not toward Orochimaru's throat, not toward a clean opening, but toward the space between Orochimaru and Sasuke, intercepting the invisible line of intent itself. He slammed shoulder first into Sasuke and shoved him sideways hard enough to send them both crashing through roots and leaf mold. Orochimaru's hand missed Sasuke's neck by inches. That should have been all, a reckless save. A brave failure. Another genin buying seconds against an impossible opponent. Instead the seal opened, not fully, not like the bridge. This time no blade erupted, no black metal, only a thread. A single, wet black tendril slipped from beneath Naruto's collar like living ink pulled by gravity in the wrong direction. It coiled through the air with serpentine delicacy, no thicker than a vine, no louder than a breath. Orochimaru saw it and stilled. The tendril did not strike him. It wrapped around the curse mark gathering at the end of Orochimaru's chakra, and squeezed. The reaction was instant. Orochimaru's smile vanished, not theatrically. Not because he was pretending fear for effect, it simply disappeared. The cursed chakra he had shaped for Sasuke recoiled as if plunged into acidless annihilation. The black tendril around it did not burn it, did not dispel it, did not clash with it in any recognizable chakra interaction. It strangled it, compressed it, drank the active malice from it until the curse mark's forming pattern flickered and collapsed into dead residue. For the first time in decades, Orochimaru felt surprise clean enough to qualify as fear. He jumped backward, actually jumped, not because Naruto had forced him, because instinct older than analysis had yanked him away. Naruto, sprawled half over Sasuke in the dirt, did not seem aware of what his own body had done. His eyes were half-lidded, unfocused, black gathering briefly beneath the blue. The tendril hung in the air between them. Orochimaru stared at it. The thing had no chakra signature he could parse. It radiated no natural elemental affinity. It did not resemble Biju corruption, sealing backlash, bloodline mutation, senjutsu, or any known parasitic technique. Yet it had touched his cursed seal, one of the most refined dark imprints in the shinobi world, and treated it like a fragile candlewick pinched between wet fingers. Impossible. So Orochimaru did what true monsters always do when confronted with the impossible. He became interested. How fascinating! He whispered. Sasuke, still catching breath from the impact, shoved Naruto off enough to see his face. Naruto looked dazed, not transformed, not gone, but distant as if part of him were listening to a voice too low for others to hear. The tendril moved again, slowly. It turned away from Orochimaru and towards Sasuke. That was the moment the scene changed from terror to something stranger, because if the tendril had attacked Orochimaru, the logic would have remained comprehensible. Threat meets defense, dark power erupts under stress, battle escalates. But this black thread slid toward Sasuke with eerie gentleness, not aggressive, invitational. Sasuke froze. A child who had lived through massacre learned the texture of danger more intimately than most adults. Every nerve in him screamed that whatever this was, letting it touch him would alter something fundamental. At the same time, that same part of him which had watched Naruto on the bridge and secretly wondered what it felt like to stop being small, stop being lonely, stop being split open by ambition that could never rest, that part leaned forward. He hated that too. Naruto's lips moved. At first, Sasuke thought he was muttering nonsense. Then the words resolved. Pain stops, Naruto whispered, voice low and wrong and heartbreakingly sincere all at once. If I carry it. Sasuke stared. The tendril hovered in front of his throat, close enough to feel cold radiating off it. Orochimaru did not interfere. For perhaps the first time in his long, stolen life, he had found himself content to watch instead of act. Because the boy with the fox had just interrupted the curse mark not with power, but with a principle older and more terrible. Replacement. Absorption. A dark blessing shaped not around domination through agony, but relief through surrender. Orochimaru knew corruption. He had built careers and bodies on it. This was not corruption. This was conversion. Naruto lifted his head. His eyes met Sasuke's. And Sasuke saw it, the thing Kakashi had not fully named, the thing from the bridge, the impossible calm beneath Naruto's usual chaos. But this time, there was emotion tangled inside it, not cruelty, need, a wounded, buried need so deep it had found monstrous language to express itself. I see that you're breaking. Let me make you whole. No wonder the darkness was seductive. It spoke in mercy. Sasuke should have recoiled, should have struck the tendril away, should have shouted at Naruto, forced the moment back into ordinary categories of battle and fear. Instead, he stayed still. Because pain did stop briefly when he looked into Naruto's face. Not literally. His body still ached, his pride still burned, Itachi's shadow still existed where it always had. But some quieter ached the constant pressure of isolation, the sick envy, the endless measuring of weakness against impossible goals shifted for one instant as if something had placed a hand over it and said, I know. That was enough. The tendril touched the side of his neck. Sasuke inhaled sharply. The sensation was not pain. That was the worst part. He had braced for burning, piercing, venom, rot. Instead, it felt like cool water poured directly onto a fever no one else had noticed. The black thread pressed lightly against skin, then sank into it without breaking flesh in any ordinary sense. No blood, no tearing. Just an impossible merging shadow going where shadow had always belonged. His body arched once, his Sharingan-less eyes widened. Memories flickered through him too fast to hold. Itachi's back disappearing into red night, empty clan houses, the weight of silence at the Uchiha compound, training until hands bled, the endless inferno of not enough. The dark touched all of it, not to erase, to map. Then it withdrew. Naruto collapsed fully unconscious. The tendril vanished into him. Sasuke hit the forest floor on one knee, breathing hard, one hand clamped to the side of his neck. Sakura, finally able to move a little as Orochimaru's pressure shifted, crawled toward them in horror. Naruto, Sasuke. Orochimaru watched all three with something close to reverence twisted through obsession. How extraordinary, he said again. He had intended to mark Sasuke tonight. Perhaps he still could. Perhaps he should, yet some colder instinct advised patience. The Uchiha boy had just been touched by something Orochimaru did not understand. To press his own mark into that unknown might invite consequences even he could not calculate. And Orochimaru loved many things, but he did not love uncertainty enough to embrace it blind. So he smiled once more carefully now, as one might smile at an animal that had unexpectedly swallowed poison and survived it and let the air grow lighter around them. "Keep him safe, little Sakura," he murmured. "The both of them!" Then he was gone, not gradually. Just absent, the way nightmares sometimes were when a child finally dared open his eyes. For several long seconds, the forest remained frozen around the place he'd stood. No bird called. No insect moved. Sakura reached Naruto first. He was breathing. Thank God he was breathing. His pulse hammered too fast under her shaking fingertips but stayed steady. No visible wound explained the collapse. She looked wildly to Sasuke. "What happened to him? What did he do? What did he do to you?" Sasuke still had one hand at his neck. The skin there looked normal, too normal. But under it something moved not physically, not enough to be seen by anyone who wasn't searching for it. A coolness nested along his nerves, patient as a held breath. It did not command, it did not speak, it simply remained. Sasuke lowered his hand slowly. "I don't know." That was the truth. "And not nearly enough of one." They found shelter near dusk in the hollow of a colossal root system that rose from the forest floor like the ribs of something ancient and buried. Sakura rigged traps with desperate precision, hands shaking only when she paused. Naruto remained unconscious. Sasuke sat against bark opposite him and listened to his own heartbeat. It sounded wrong, not erratic, measured, as if something inside him had aligned a fraction closer to a rhythm he had not known he possessed. He closed his eyes. Immediately he felt it again. Naruto's voice, low and impossible, saying pain stops. "If I carry it." Sasuke hated those words. He hated the gentleness in them. He hated that part of him. Some cracked, starving piece buried under years of cultivated pride had wanted to believe them. Because if that promise were true, even a little then, everything he had built himself around might be smaller than the absence at his center. Sakura crouched by Naruto and wrung out a damp cloth for his forehead. Her expression was tight with worry and frustration. "When Kakashi-sensei hears about this," Sasuke opened his eyes, "we don't tell him everything." Sakura stared. "What?" He met her gaze. Sakura knew that look. It meant Sasuke had already decided. "Why?" she whispered. "Because Kakashi couldn't fix it, because words would make it more real." Because Sasuke did not know yet whether what Naruto had done was a curse or a gift or some unspeakable thing between. Because part of him wanted to keep it private not from loyalty, but because secrets gave him time. He said none of that. "He won't believe it unless he sees it," Sasuke said. "And if he does believe it, Naruto becomes a problem before he becomes a teammate." Sakura flinched. The cruelty of the phrasing hurt because it was probably true. Sasuke looked down at Naruto's sleeping face. In unconsciousness, Naruto lost all his masks. No grin, no shouting, no reckless bravado. He looked younger like this, smaller, more alone, and that, for reasons Sasuke refused to examine, made the memory of the black tendril touching his throat feel less like violation and more like some terrible form of compassion. Sakura followed his gaze. Quietly, she said. He said something before he passed out. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. What? I don't know if I heard right, she swallowed. It sounded like, I see you, or maybe I saw you, something like that. Sasuke looked away into the dark roots. He had heard the fuller version. He suspected Naruto himself would not remember it. That did not make it less dangerous. Night deepened. Hours passed. Somewhere outside the root shelter, giant insects clicked through the undergrowth. Leaves shifted under heavier bodies that never approached the trap line. Clouds smothered the moon. The forest pressed close around them, damp and immense. Naruto woke just after midnight, not with a gasp, not in panic. His eyes opened all at once, already alert. Sakura jolted upright. Naruto, he blinked, focusing slowly, then winced and touched his head. Oh. Sakura nearly cried from sheer relief, which only made her angrier. You absolute idiot! Do you know how long you've been out? Naruto frowned, pushing himself up. What happened? Sasuke almost laughed at the repetition of it, dark and humorless. Of course he wouldn't remember. Naruto's gaze moved between them. Why are you both looking at me like that? Sakura opened her mouth. Sasuke cut in first. You stopped Orochimaru from marking me. Naruto froze. What? Sakura looked sharply at Sasuke. She had not expected him to phrase it that way, but then Naruto was already staring, wide-eyed and unguarded. I what? Sasuke stood and crossed the narrow space between them until he was close enough that Naruto had to look up. Whatever came out of you? Sasuke said evenly. It touched his curse mark before it finished. It killed it, I think, or replaced it. I don't know. Naruto's face lost color. He looked at his own hands as if they might betray him any second. I didn't mean to, I know. The words escaped Sasuke before he could weigh them. Naruto looked up sharply. Sakura did too. For a moment even Sasuke seemed annoyed with himself. Then his expression flattened again. You weren't attacking me. That was not the same as reassurance, but Naruto absorbed it like parched ground taking rain. He dropped his gaze once more. Did it hurt? Sasuke considered lying. Instead he said, No. Naruto's head came up again, startled. Sasuke regretted the honesty instantly, because something fragile moved behind Naruto's eyes at the answer. Relief, yes, but also a quiet wonder that made the whole thing more intimate than Sasuke could tolerate. Sakura hugged her knees and looked between them. What do we do now? No one had a good answer, so the night moved forward without one. Naruto eventually lay back down, though not before checking the seal beneath his jacket with fingers that trembled only slightly. Sasuke resumed watch. Sakura drifted into shallow sleep near dawn, and in the deepest hour before morning, Sasuke became aware of a new sensation. Not sound, not chakra, attention. He looked down at his own shadow cast faintly by the small travel lamp. For one instant it was larger than his body, not by much. Just enough to be wrong, then it returned to normal. Sasuke did not mention it. The remainder of the exam passed in fragments sharpened by exhaustion. Team 7 fought when necessary, hid when prudent, stole their needed scroll with less elegance than Kakashi would have preferred, and reached the tower carrying more silence than any of them had entered the forest with. Naruto remained Naruto on the surface, too loud at breakfast, too impulsive in arguments, too eager to celebrate small victories and complain dramatically about scratches that should not have merited half the noise he made over them. But the cracks were visible if one knew where to look. His eyes sometimes lost focus for a heartbeat when someone touched his shoulder unexpectedly. He checked Sasuke's neck twice without seeming to realize he was doing it. And worst of all, when Hinata Hyuga shyly approached them after one of the tower transitions to offer healing ointment for Naruto's bruises, Naruto turned toward her with a strange stillness that lasted less than a second, but felt much longer. Hinata nearly dropped the ointment, because the expression that crossed Naruto's face was not his usual startled embarrassment around her. It was attention. Full, terrible, absolute attention. As if for one impossible instant, every wall inside him had aligned around the fact of her existence. Then Naruto blinked, flushed, scratched the back of his head, and stammered out thanks in exactly the clumsy way everyone expected. Hinata went pink and fled. No one said anything. But Sasuke saw the pattern immediately. The dark in Naruto responded to loneliness, to visible wounds, to people cracked open by longing, pain, isolation, need. Sasuke understood then that the thing inside Naruto was not random. It was selecting. That realization sat in him like a buried hook. The preliminaries brought new lights, louder voices, the formal cruelty of spectatorship. The arena below the tower was bright stone and steel railings and too many eyes. Jonin lined the balcony, proctors called names. Genin sized one another up through fatigue, pride, fear, and ambition. Excitement rolled through the room in waves sharp enough to taste. Naruto usually thrived on being watched. Today it felt different. Too many shadows under too many people. Too many wounds hidden in plain sight. Too many hearts making noise. Kakashi had returned to them by then, late as ever and unreadable as stone behind cloth and half-lidded eye. He had inspected them for injury, listened to the simplified version of the Orochimaru encounter, frowned at how much they were clearly not saying, and filed it away for later. Then he saw Sasuke's neck. Nothing visible marked it. Still, Kakashi stared a little too long, Sasuke noticed. So did Naruto. Neither commented. When the match board rolled names and pairings into place, fate or something with a mean sense of humor placed Hinata Hyuga opposite Neji. Naruto felt the room shift, not externally. Not in dramatic chakra waves or sudden declarations. Inside himself. Hinata descended to the arena floor with hands folded tightly enough to hurt. Neji followed with calm superiority, so controlled it passed for serenity until one knew what lived under it. The audience murmured. Kurenai watched with worry she couldn't fully hide. Hayashi Hyuga's face revealed nothing at all. Naruto leaned forward over the railing before he realized he was doing it. Hinata had always been easy to overlook for anyone who wasn't Naruto. Quiet voice. Lowered eyes. Movements built around apology even when none was needed. But if one had spent years starving for acknowledgement, one eventually learned to spot the shapes of certain hungers in others. Hinata had always carried hers openly to anyone cruel enough to look. The desperate wish to be seen, and the certainty that being seen would probably only hurt. Naruto knew that shape. The deeper thing inside him knew it better. The match began. Neji dismantled Hinata with clinical precision. Not immediately. Not brutally at first. That was almost worse. He read her stance, cut off her openings, punished every commitment with perfect, economical strikes. His words hit as hard as his gentle fist. He told her she could not change, told her weakness had a shape and hers was permanent, told her resignation would suit her better than struggle. Each sentence landed in Naruto like a nail. Hinata kept rising, bleeding, shaking, breathing too hard, still rising. The audience became noise around the edges. Naruto gripped the railing until the metal creaked faintly beneath his fingers. Sasuke, standing beside him, glanced down once and saw something black flash beneath Naruto's nail beds, then vanish. On the arena floor, Hinata's eyes found Naruto for one brief, fragile moment, not seeking rescue, seeking witness. That was what destroyed the balance. Because Naruto had spent his life screaming to be acknowledged. Hinata, in all her trembling gentleness, was doing the same thing now without sound. And the buried king in the seal, if king was even the right word for a void that had learned the language of mercy, understood at once what such a soul would mean in a hive. Devotion without resistance. Love shaped by self-erasure. The hunger to be chosen transformed into willingness to merge. The second spiral turned. Naruto's breathing slowed. Sasuke felt it before he saw it. That same terrible quiet from the bridge, gentler now, almost reverent. "Naruto," he said low. Naruto did not answer. Below, Hinata stumbled under another strike and nearly fell. Naruto was moving before conscious thought caught up. He vaulted the railing, voices shouted. Proctors moved. but Naruto landed on the arena floor not between Neji and Hinata as head-headed Naruto would have done, fists up and mouth already running. He landed lightly, silently. He crossed the last few steps toward Hinata and knelt beside her with a calm that made half the Jonin on the balcony tense at once. Hinata looked up through swelling, blood, and confusion. Naruto, he met her eyes. And for the first time in her life, someone gave her full attention without hurry, embarrassment, or dismissal. The whole room seemed to thin around that gaze. Naruto's face softened in a way so sincere it bordered on unbearable. "I see you," he said. Hinata stopped breathing for a beat. Not because of romance. Not because of shock alone, because the sentence entered the deepest lonely place in her and found it unlocked. She had wanted those words for so long that hearing them felt like stepping off a cliff and discovering the fall had hands. Naruto lifted one hand. Kurenai shouted something from above. Neji moved to intercept, uncertain whether this counted as interference or insanity. Too late. A thread of black slid from under the cuff of Naruto's sleeve, small. Almost delicate, it touched the back of Hinata's trembling hand. She gasped. The darkness spread over her skin in lines thinner than veins, winding not to dominate but to map, tracing the channels of her chakra network as if learning an old instrument. No pain. Her eyes widened in astonishment. For one terrible, beautiful instant, all the strain went out of her face. Her breathing steadied. The shame that usually curled her posture loosened. She sat straighter. Her Byakugan did not activate, yet pale veins shimmered faintly beneath her eyes as if responding to a call older than bloodline discipline. Naruto's expression remained heartbreakingly gentle. There was no malice in it. That was the horror. He truly believed in that moment that he was giving her something good. Above them, Hyuga Jonin surged forward. Kurenai moved. Hayate coughed out a warning. Kakashi's visible eye widened by a fraction so tiny only Guy noticed. The black thread withdrew. Hinata looked down at her own hand. The lines had vanished from the surface, but her shadow on the arena stone had changed. It was larger than her body by a subtle margin, edges moving one breath out of time with her. Neji saw it. A rare crack appeared in his composure. Hinata rose slowly to her feet. The bruises remained. The blood remained. The injuries were real, yet something in her carriage had altered, not dominance, not aggression, completion. As if a missing note had finally entered the chord of her being, she looked at Neji. For the first time he saw no apology there, only attention. Naruto stood too, swaying faintly as if he had spent more strength than intended. Kakashi landed beside him in a blur and put a hand on his shoulder. Normal Naruto would have jerked, argued, laughed something off. This Naruto turned his head slowly, blue eyes darkened at the edges, and Kakashi felt the skin along his arms prickle. Then Naruto blinked and nearly collapsed from ordinary dizziness. "Kakashi-sensei!" The silence shattered into uproar. But for Sasuke, watching from above with his own new shadow coiled near his feet, the truth was already clear. The thing inside Naruto had made another choice, and somewhere in the quiet architecture of its growing design, Sasuke understood with dawning dread that he had not been the first. He had only been the first to realize what being chosen meant. That evening, as the preliminaries ended in confusion and official explanations failed to explain anything that mattered, Sasuke found himself alone on the corridor outside the competitors' waiting room. He looked at the floor. His shadow lay long in the torchlight. For 1 second it moved before he did, then stilled. At the far end of the corridor, Naruto stood with his back to the wall, staring at his own hands. He looked up. For a moment neither boy spoke. Then Naruto said quietly, with a sincerity so raw it stripped all his usual noise away, "Did I do something bad?" Sasuke should have answered immediately, should have said yes, should have said obviously, should have clung to the clear moral shape of ordinary fear. Instead he looked at Naruto and remembered the feel of cool darkness touching the worst wound in him and, for one brief impossible moment, making it stop hurting. So when Sasuke finally spoke, his voice was flat and controlled and unhelpful as ever. "I don't know." Naruto nodded once, as if that uncertainty itself were a verdict. They stood in shared silence, not friendly, not easy, but linked now by a secret neither fully understood and neither could step back from. And in the deep, hidden place beneath Naruto's seal, where the first spiral held the fox and the second turned opposite like a patient lock remembering the shape of its key, something vast and ancient catalogued its new connections. One Uchiha wound touched and answered. One Hyuga heart seen and welcomed, the pattern beginning, not a rampage. A hive not built by force first, built by recognition, built by lonely souls offered an end to loneliness so complete it erased the boundary between mercy and hunger. The king in the dark did not laugh, did not gloat, did not declare himself. He simply continued waking. Chapter 4, the five cage do not know what they are facing. The first sign that something was wrong in Konoha was not a death. It was not an explosion, not a missing body, not some grotesque mutation crawling out of the dark for the village to point at and name. It was silence, not total silence. Konoha was still Konoha. Vendors still opened their stalls at dawn. Training fields still rang with clashing kunai and shouted instructions. Children still ran too fast around corners. Dogs still barked. Crows still fought over the same roofs they had always fought over. But little silences began appearing inside ordinary life. Mission teams returned from the border with no visible injuries and reports polished to impossible neatness. Chunin, who used to bicker on debrief, answered questions in matching calm tones, then left together without speaking further. An Anbu patrol that had spent months at each other's throats over chain of command came back unified, efficient, and strangely serene. They were fine. That was the problem. Too fine, too smooth. The shinobi world was not built on harmony. Even the best teams carried friction. Habitual disagreements, differing instincts, small human roughness that proved each mind remained its own country. But over the course of months, certain teams began to lose that roughness. Their reports became cleaner, their movements synchronized beyond training. Their gazes lingered a heartbeat too long when Naruto Uzumaki entered the room, and then there were the shadows. At first only people like Shikamaru noticed, because Shikamaru noticed everything he wished he didn't. It happened during an ordinary briefing in the Hawkage Tower, the kind of late afternoon meeting where half the room smelled faintly of rain and ink because everyone had come in directly from work. Tsunade stood at the head of the table with a stack of mission notes in one hand and growing impatience in the set of her mouth. Shizyun had arranged the paperwork. Naruto was there because Naruto was increasingly everywhere now, too strong to leave out, too central to current operations, too useful to ignore. That part alone would not have been remarkable. Naruto had earned his place. He had come back to the village changed by training, battle, and years on the road with Jiraiya. He was taller now, sharper at the edges, his old chaotic energy tempered rather than erased. He still smiled too fast, still talked too much when he was trying not to say the thing he was actually thinking, still carried that desperate core of wanting to be acknowledged, but there was a second stillness in him now, only visible in flashes, a pause before answering certain questions, an intense, unsettling tenderness when looking at people the rest of the room had forgotten to notice, a way of standing utterly motionless in dim light, as though darkness fit him more naturally than sunlight. The old Naruto had always demanded attention. This Naruto seemed to understand that if he simply waited, attention came to him. That alone unsettled Shikamaru more than he admitted. He sat slouched in his chair, half listening while Tsunade questioned a returning patrol team from the eastern woods. "You're telling me no one engaged?" Tsunade asked. The lead Chunin nodded. "No engagement, Hokage-sama. No signs of enemy scouts. No, Hokage-sama, no supply disruption, no false trails, no traps." The Chunin's smile was small and polite. "Nothing worth concern." Tsunade's eyes narrowed. She had spent too long around lies, evasions, and battlefield reports to miss when something didn't feel right. But there was no obvious contradiction. The patrol had returned early, fully equipped, no casualties, no missing tags, chakra levels stable by every visible sign. Perfect. Too perfect. Shikamaru's gaze drifted downward lazily, more from instinct than intent, and paused. The lead Chunin's shadow moved before he did. Not much, just an inch. A subtle lean toward the right, toward Naruto's side of the room, a fraction of a second before the man himself shifted weight in that direction. Shikamaru straightened. The room continued as if nothing had happened. The report ended. Dismissal came. The patrol bowed and turned to leave. As they passed Naruto, every one of them glanced at him not openly, not in the obvious way subordinates look to a commander, but with the same faint, impossible recognition. Not admiration, alignment. Naruto smiled back at them, easy and bright. Shikamaru felt cold. Later, when he tried to describe what he'd seen, the words kept falling apart in his mouth. Because how exactly was he supposed to tell Tsunade that a man's shadow had been obedient too soon? By then, the pattern already existed. No one had named it. No one but Sasuke understood even pieces of it. And Sasuke was no longer in Konoha, not in the way any official record could reconcile cleanly with reality. Because the curse mark Orochimaru had intended for him had never fully taken hold. Naruto had interrupted that future and replaced it with something stranger. Sasuke still left, because Sasuke was still Sasuke, and the road in front of him had always been lined with blood and obsession. But he did not leave the way history expected. He left with the wound in his neck carrying black instead of cursed flame. He left convinced he was still fully himself. He was, in all the ways that mattered to pride. He remembered everything, desired everything, still wanted Itachi dead with the focused ferocity of a star collapsing inward. But underneath that purpose a deeper geometry had begun arranging itself. The dark Naruto had touched in him did not chain him, it clarified him, it stripped away distractions. Loneliness no longer felt like a private ache, it felt like inefficiency. Bonds no longer meant warmth exactly. They meant vectors, channels, paths through which a greater design could move. He hated needing that design, he hated more that it made him stronger. So Sasuke walked his own road and told himself each choice remained his. That was the genius of the Hive in its early stage. It did not erase self. It perfected the parts of a self most willing to surrender in exchange for relief. Hinata changed differently. Where Sasuke became sharper, she became calmer. The trembling apology that had shaped her body for years did not vanish overnight, but it slowly loosened. She stood straighter in clan halls where she once shrank instinctively. Her Byakugan grew more precise, her strikes more certain, her gaze less likely to fall at the first sign of disapproval. Hayashi noticed and approved the improvement without recognizing its source. Kurenai noticed and felt unease she could not justify. Because when Hinata looked at Naruto now, she looked at him the way some temple acolytes looked at sacred fire, loving, yes, but with an added layer that made love seem almost too small a word. Not worship. Something more intimate and more dangerous. Recognition returned. To be seen by Naruto had once been the fulfillment of a private longing she hardly dared admit. Now it was foundation. The black thread he had given her in the exam arena had not warped her thoughts into obedience. It had done something subtler. It had linked her longing to his presence until the two no longer sat separately in her heart. Every time she trained, every time she protected others, every time she looked at the village she wanted peace for, Naruto existed somewhere inside that effort not as command, but as center. She remained kind. That was what made it spread. People trusted kindness. People walked willingly toward gentleness. And Hinata, now less fearful, more composed and quietly radiant with a certainty she had never possessed before, became the kind of person others confided in without knowing why. The Hive did not always enter through violence. Sometimes it entered through being finally, mercifully understood. Jiraiya noticed something was wrong before he understood what wrong meant. He returned to Konoha in one of his infrequent bursts of grim practicality. carrying rumors from the wider world and irritation from having to be serious for too many consecutive days. Akatsuki activity had increased. Strange disappearances dotted border regions. Entire hostile camps had been found abandoned without bloodshed, their fires cold, their supplies untouched, their tracks neat, too neat. As if disciplined units had packed up and vanished in perfect cooperation without leaving the usual human clutter of fear. He brought this to Tsunade because that was what old war survivors did. They swapped nightmares and argued about whose turn it was to call them intelligence. He found Naruto on the Hawkage Tower roof just before dusk. That should have been comforting. Naruto on rooftops was an old, familiar sight, a boy who had once painted graffiti on the monument now sitting above the village. He still claimed he'd lead one day. But Jiraiya stopped before stepping into view. Naruto sat cross-legged near the edge with his back to the village, facing the darkening horizon. No ramen cup, no exaggerated sighing, no restless fidgeting, just stillness. The sunset behind him stretched Konoha long and gold, but Naruto's shadow did not angle the way it should have. It spilled too far across the tiles, its edges smoother than shadow usually managed, as if a thin layer of ink had been poured around him and convinced to remain flat. Jiraiya watched for perhaps 10 seconds. In that time, Naruto did not move once. Then very softly he said, "You can come out, Iro Sennin." Jiraiya stepped forward with forced casualness. "You always could feel me coming." Naruto turned and smiled, perfectly normal, annoyingly warm. "You're heavy-footed when you're pretending not to be," Jiraiya snorted. "Brat!" They talked, or rather they did what passed for talking between people who cared too much to say so directly. Jiraiya asked about training, mission progress, Tsunade's drinking, whether Sakura still punched him. Naruto asked for gossip from the road, rumors about Akatsuki, whether Jiraiya had learned anything useful or just embarrassed himself in several countries again. On the surface, it was ordinary. Beneath it, Jiraiya felt a constant prickle of unease. Naruto's answers were good. Too good. Thoughtful in ways he had earned honestly through hardship. Yes, but also threaded with a composure that seemed to emerge from somewhere older than maturity. When Jiraiya mentioned enemy camps going silent without signs of battle, Naruto's expression changed only slightly. He didn't look surprised. He looked sympathetic. "Maybe they were tired," Naruto said quietly. Jiraiya laughed once. "Shinobi don't retire from being dangerous out of spiritual growth." Naruto looked back over the village. The first lanterns were appearing below. "Sometimes people keep fighting because they don't know any other shape for living," he said. If someone offered them a way to set all that down, Jiraiya's instincts sharpened hard enough to hurt. Offered how? Naruto blinked, the spell breaking. Then he rubbed the back of his head and laughed like himself again. "I mean, peace, understanding, that kind of thing. Don't look at me like that." Jiraiya did not stop looking at him like that. Because for one strange instant, under the fading sky, Naruto had sounded less like a teenager imagining peace and more like a king considering amnesty after conquest. The conversation ended there. Jiraiya went to Tsunade with information he could not make coherent enough to use. Naruto stayed on the roof until full dark, watching Konoha light itself from within. Tsunade ordered the examination 3 weeks later, not publicly, not formally. She told herself it was precaution, nothing more. Naruto had become central to too many strategic concerns to leave anomalies uninvestigated. He was a Jinchuriki. He had survived contact with Orochimaru. His seal had already shown signs of structural irregularity in the past, though no one could fully explain them. The village could not afford surprises. Those were the reasons she allowed herself. The truth was simpler. She had spent years reading bodies for lies. And Naruto's body, healthy, powerful, resilient, infuriatingly full of life, had begun to feel like a lie told too smoothly, so she called him in. The hospital examination room was bright, sterile, and carefully warded. 2 senior medics stood ready. Shizune held a clipboard that was mostly for her own nerves. Tsunade leaned against the counter with arms folded and expression flat. Naruto arrived late by 6 minutes and grinned as though this were a minor social inconvenience rather than a sealed medical inspection. Is this because I skipped paperwork again? Because that feels excessive, Ba-chan. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. Strip to the waist and sit down. Definitely excessive. But he obeyed. That part mattered. Naruto still obeyed people he trusted even when he complained. He sat on the edge of the examination platform, orange and black jacket hanging over a chair, seal visible on his stomach. Shizune saw it first and tried not to react. The outer spiral remained recognizable. The inner one had deepened, not spread. Deepened. The second rotation under the fourth's formula was darker now, cleaner in line, more deliberate. It no longer looked like an accidental irregularity nested in old Fuinjutsu. It looked embedded, established, as if it had always been there and reality had simply taken time catching up. Tsunade stepped closer. Naruto looked at her face and lost his smile. Bad. I'll tell you when I know. The exam began, chakra mapping, tissue response, seal resonance, neurological reflexes. Standard questions delivered in tones casual enough to keep him from noticing how carefully every answer was being weighed. Naruto passed everything. Perfectly. Chakra circulation. Exceptional. Physical regeneration. Superior. Toxin markers absent. Cellular stress patterns within acceptable parameters for a Jinchuriki of his history. Seal stability. Impossible to classify, yet functionally stable. One of the medics, a serious woman with 20 years of battlefield experience and a scar under one eye, lowered her instruments after the final scan and let out a slow breath. He's perfectly healthy, Hokage-sama. Tsunade did not relax. Perfect health was not what the room felt like. Naruto sat there under white light, skin warm, pulse steady, expression caught awkwardly between annoyance and concern. There was nothing visibly monstrous about him, nothing corrupted in the obvious sense. He looked young, human, ridiculously alive. And yet the air around the examination table seemed subtly dimmer than the room's corners should have allowed. The scarred medic began to step back. Then she froze. Shizune followed her gaze downward. 3 people stood in the room besides Naruto. Tsunade, Shizune, and the medic. There should have been 4 shadows total if one counted Naruto's. Instead, there were 6. Not all distinct. The extra darkness pooled strangely beneath the 2 medics, stretching toward Naruto's bare feet along the tile like careful ink. As Shizune watched, horrified, the scarred medic's shadow raised its head a fraction before the woman herself turned. Tsunade moved instantly, not away. Forward, her fist hit the examination counter hard enough to split wood and jolt everyone in the room back into motion. Naruto jerked up. What? Shizune out, Tsunade snapped. Now, Hokage-sama, out! The command in her voice was old battlefield iron. Shizune obeyed. The second medic stumbled after her, looking white around the mouth. The scarred medic remained where she was, staring at the floor as if some private revelation had just hollowed her out. Tsunade's chakra flared. Naruto, she said, every syllable deliberate. Look at me, he did. Confusion, alarm, hurt, nothing else visible. But Tsunade had seen enough war to know that visible was often the least useful category. What did you do to my medic? Naruto recoiled as if slapped. I didn't do anything, and maybe he believed that. That was what made this so bad. The scarred medic lifted her head slowly. Her expression was calm, too calm. I'm fine, Hokage-sama, she said, and smiled with a gentle certainty that turned Tsunade's stomach. He's perfectly healthy. The exact same sentence, the exact same tone. As if the first report had never ended, and this second voice had merely picked it back up from a deeper layer. Tsunade hit her pressure point and dropped her unconscious before she could say anything else. Naruto stood now, shirt forgotten, instinctively ready to defend himself without knowing from what. The seal on his stomach pulsed once black through black, and Tsunade felt it like thunder under skin. For one impossible second, she saw the whole room wrong. The white walls became cathedral dark. The floor lengthened into something living, Naruto stood at the center of it not as boy but as Axis. Then reality snapped back. Naruto stared at her wide-eyed. "Ba-chan!" There was genuine pain in his voice. Tsunade hated that. Because whatever this was, it had not erased the child she'd watched fight and fail and get back up 100 times. He was still in there, still hurting, still looking at her like trust should matter. That was the part likely to kill them all. "Get dressed," she said. Her voice sounded old even to herself. "You're under provisional isolation until I decide otherwise." He was not imprisoned. That was Tsunade's first compromise and perhaps her greatest mistake. Naruto was confined to a monitored residential wing under Anbu observation, theoretically for SEAL instability assessment and security review. Officially, it was medical caution. Unofficially, everyone important in the village understood one thing. The Hokage had seen something she did not want wandering freely until she knew what name to give it. Naruto accepted the order more quietly than expected. That alone frightened people. Old Naruto would have shouted, demanded explanations, thrown at least one deeply unhelpful tantrum before ultimately complying from bruised loyalty. This Naruto listened, looked wounded, asked exactly 3 careful questions, and then nodded. The Anbu assigned to monitor him began filing the strangest reports in root-free Konoha history. Subject cooperative, subject polite, subject expresses concern for affected medic, subject requested books on advanced sealing theory, war history, and village governance. Subject asked whether monitored personnel are sleeping enough. On the 3rd day, one Anbu operative noted in a private addendum that while changing guard positions at dusk, he had observed the shadows of the entire corridor lean toward Naruto's room when the subject laughed. The addendum was omitted from formal archiving by the scribe who found it too ridiculous to preserve. By then, preservation had already ceased to matter, because isolation did not stop the spread. Isolation concentrated it. Shadows passed under doors. Words carried differently after being heard by the right ears. People who visited Naruto left feeling calmer, seen more completely, less burdened in ways none of them could explain without sounding mad. Hinata asked to bring him food once and was denied. Afterward, 2 guards assigned outside his door began standing with identical posture. Shikamaru came to speak with him under Tsunade's order, because if something impossible was happening, having the Nara heir look at it from 3 angles at once usually helped. He entered the room, sat down opposite Naruto, and spent 15 minutes doing what he did best, asking questions that sounded lazy and harmless while actually testing structure. Naruto answered honestly, mostly. He said he didn't know what was changing in him. He said he wasn't trying to hurt anyone. He said sometimes when people around him were in pain, he felt like there was a shape inside that pain he could reach. He said it felt wrong to call what he did control. He said connection was closer. Shikamaru watched every micro-expression. And if they don't want that connection? Naruto was silent for several seconds. Then he said, with a softness that terrified Shikamaru more than anger would have, "Most people are tired enough to want it if they understand what it means." There it was. Not malice, not domination. Mercy sharpened into inevitability. Shikamaru left that room convinced of 2 facts. First, Naruto still believed himself sincere. Second, sincerity was no defense against apocalypse. The 5-cage summit was called under overlapping justifications. Akatsuki activity, the tailed beast threat, intelligence irregularities across multiple borders. And, though Tsunade did not say this in any written communication, a growing conviction that whatever was happening around Naruto could no longer be treated as a village-contained anomaly, because reports from beyond Fire Country had begun to echo the same wrongness. A stone reconnaissance team came back unified after months of internal faction tension. A mist border outpost transmitted 3 days of identical status reports in 3 different handwriting styles. A group of missing nin in Wind Country surrendered voluntarily to local forces, smiling like men relieved to have arrived home. Patterns were forming beyond Konoha. That meant one of two things. Either whatever touched Naruto was not limited to Naruto, or Naruto was no longer limited to Konoha. Neither answer was survivable without allies, so the summit was called. And Tsunade, after a night without sleep and an argument with herself she never won cleanly, made the most catastrophic choice of her tenure. She brought Naruto as part of Konoha's escort, not because she trusted him fully, because she needed to keep him close where she could watch him, because leaving him in Konoha felt worse, because perhaps some broken, hopeful part of her still believed seeing the other cage, seeing the wider stakes, would anchor him more firmly to the world he had once wanted to protect. Maybe she also believed that if something in him was reaching for connection, then surrounding him with leaders hardened by burden might reveal limits. Tsunade was a brilliant medic, a strong Hokage, and, in that decision, a woman who misunderstood the appetite of the thing she was transporting. The summit grounds in the Land of Iron were built for diplomacy and suspicion in equal measure. Snow rimmed the mountains. Samurai patrols moved like clean lines of steel through white courtyards and polished corridors. Every visiting delegation carried pride, exhaustion, and enough hidden violence to start a war over a misplaced glance. Naruto should have stood out, bright hair. Orange accents muted but not erased. Energy too visible for these austere halls. Instead, people noticed him and relaxed. That was the first failure. He walked half a step behind Tsunade, face composed, eyes attentive, speaking only when addressed. Guards nodded to him more readily than they did to some council members. Diplomats who had never met him found themselves saying a little too much after he asked polite questions in that deeply earnest tone only he could manage. On the first day, he touched nothing more dramatic than hands, greetings, help with a dropped document, a steadying gesture to an elderly clerk slipping on polished stone. Every contact was brief. Every contact mattered. The Hive had matured. No longer limited to traumatic moments and visible wounds, it now rode proximity like breath rides air. Naruto did not need to force it. He barely needed to intend it. The deeper logic beneath his seal had learned the architecture of human fatigue, the ache in shoulders carrying nations, the private grief of bodyguards, the exhausted isolation of clerks whose names no one remembered. It found those fractures instinctively. And when it touched them, it did not overwhelm, it eased. That was enough. On the second day, a samurai attendant assigned to escort the Sand delegation forgot his prepared route and walked instead toward Naruto's corridor, expression peaceful. He was intercepted before reaching the room and later insisted, with mild confusion, that he had simply wanted to report in. To whom, he could not say. On the same day, a missed delegate who had spent the morning snarling through trade concessions shared tea with a Fire Country aide she had previously refused to acknowledge. Their conversation, according to observers, was calm, mutually respectful, almost tender. No one used the word infection. Not yet. Diplomatic environments produce odd behavior under stress. That was the excuse people clung to. Then Gaara arrived. Wind met Naruto's gaze across the summit hall before any formal greeting occurred, and both of them stopped. The room continued around them, samurai announcement, scraping chairs, rustling silk, the dry politics of nations pretending not to hate one another in public. But for one long, unmoving moment, there was only the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki who had once mirrored him. Gaara had changed too. Once he had been loneliness turned into weapon. Then Naruto had reached him and proven another shape existed. In a kinder world, that might have saved them both. In this world, it made Gaara uniquely vulnerable, because no one alive better understood the temptation embedded in Naruto's new silence. Gaara felt it immediately, not chakra, not genjutsu, not an attack, an offer. The offer had no words, but if it had, it would have sounded like every exhausted thought Gaara had ever buried under responsibility. You do not have to carry this alone. You never should have had to. Let the burden become one thing. Let the pain become one thing. Let the loneliness end. For one heartbeat Gaara almost said yes, not outwardly, not with lips or gesture, some inward part of him leaned. And because Gaara was Gaara, because survival had honed self-awareness into a blade finer than most people ever achieved, he recognized that inward motion as danger before it fully became consent. He cut it off. His sand stirred around his feet with a dry whisper. Naruto looked at him across the room and, heartbreakingly, smiled with something like nostalgia. Gaara felt cold all the way through. By the third day, the summit was already lost. The arguments in the main chamber continued, as such arguments always did. Akatsuki, tailed beasts, national prerogatives, old grudges dressed in new language, each cage arrived armored in distrust. Yet around the edges of the proceedings, alignment spread. A stone advisor echoed a fire negotiator's phrasing word for word without seeming to notice. A cloud bodyguard lowered his posture around Naruto instinctively, as if in the presence of a superior he could not identify. Two samurai who had never met left their posts at the same time, walked different corridors, and stopped at opposite sides of the same darkened courtyard, both claiming afterward they'd been checking for instructions. Gaara watched all of it. He was the first to understand the scale. He saw it in the pauses between people, in the synchronization of hands reaching for cups, in the way certain individuals began glancing not toward their direct superiors, but toward wherever Naruto happened to be even when Naruto was not speaking. When he confronted Tsunade privately, his voice was calm in the way only the deeply alarmed manage. You brought him here knowing something was wrong. Tsunade did not insult him by denying it. Gaara's pale eyes held hers. Then you have already lost control of the situation. Tsunade's jaw tightened. If I move against him without proof, I start a war in my own escort wing. Gaara looked past her shoulder through the paper screen window. Naruto stood outside in the courtyard speaking softly with an elderly land of iron functionary whose face shone with absurd relief, like a pilgrim who had accidentally found the temple he'd been too tired to seek. Then you start it now, Gaara said. Too late. The alarm broke not with a scream, but with a silence so sudden it cut conversation mid-breath. The main summit hall fell still. Every non-cage in the room turned toward the entrance at once, not sharply, not like soldiers responding to command. Slowly, reverently, Naruto stood there. He was not transformed. That was the most terrible part. No black armor, no monstrous blade, no red fox cloak, no theatrical declaration of villainy. Just Naruto Uzumaki in travel black and muted orange, face calm, blue eyes darkened at the center as though depth had replaced light without changing color. Tsunade rose. The Raikage's chair scraped backward. Mei's hand hovered near a hidden weapon. Anoki floated half an inch off the floor in reflexive suspicion. Mifyune's samurai readied steel. Gaara remained seated for one extra heartbeat because he needed to know whether the offer would come one last time if he let it. It did. The entire hall felt it, not heard, not seen, felt. A vast, patient tenderness pressing against every private ache in the room. The Raikage's fury, all that endless white-hot need to protect by overpowering. Mei's exhaustion beneath political poise. Anoki's age and the intolerable weight of surviving too long. Mifyune's rigid code bending under years of watching men die for ideals. Naruto looked at them the way a physician might look at patients who had all forgotten pain was not mandatory. You are so tired, he said. No one moved. Even the samurai seemed caught between attack and listening. Naruto took one step farther into the hall. I can feel it in all of you. Tsunade's chakra exploded outward. Naruto, stop! He turned his head toward her, and for one impossible instant, all the room saw not insubordination but sorrow, not manipulative sorrow, not crocodile tears. The sincere grief of someone offering rescue to people who were too frightened of the method to accept salvation. Let me carry it, he said. The Raikage moved first because the Raikage believed in impact more than metaphysics. Lightning chakra detonated around him. He crossed the distance like judgment itself. Fist leveled at Naruto's skull with enough force to pulp stone and argument alike. Naruto opened his arms. That image would haunt surviving witnesses more than any monster form could have. He did not brace, did not dodge, did not counter. He opened his arms as if welcoming an embrace. The Raikage's blow landed. The sound should have shattered the hole. Instead it vanished into black, not a wall of black, not smoke, not visible matter erupting outward. The darkness appeared at the exact point of impact, blooming from Naruto's chest and shoulders like ink injected into reality. Lightning chakra met it and disappeared. Momentum met it and folded. The Raikage's arm sank up to the elbow into a surface that was neither liquid nor solid and recoiled with a visible shudder of instinctive revulsion. Naruto remained standing. The blackness spread across the floor in thin, veined patterns, racing through the hall not to engulf bodies but to touch shadows. Mifune shouted attack orders. Samurai steel flashed. Mei's lava release boiled the air. Anoki lifted slabs of stone. Tsunade crossed the room in one monstrous punch. Gaara's sand surged. Guards, advisors, bodyguards, everyone still free enough to choose violence chose it all at once because the alternative had become unthinkable. Naruto did not fight back. That was what broke the alliance's logic. Every attack entered him. Fire struck and blackened into silence. Stone disintegrated into drifting ash. Lightning unraveled into dead threads of light swallowed before reaching the walls. Sand wrapped his limbs and came away veined with shadow. Steel entered the dark and returned clean, stripped of momentum as though violence itself had been removed from its structure. The hall became chaos. And through all of it, Naruto stood at the center with arms open, expression infinitely weary and infinitely kind. People began to hesitate. That hesitation was fatal. Because once they stopped believing aggression would save them, they finally had space to hear the offer inside the room. Some guards lowered weapons first, then an advisor. Then 2 samurai dropped to one knee, not in surrender exactly, but in relief so profound it mimicked devotion. Gaara saw the tipping point and acted. Sand exploded upward in a dense wall between Naruto and the rest of the chamber. Not to kill, but to block sightlines, muffle the spreading calm, break the visual center around which the room's attention had started arranging itself. "Do not listen," Gaara shouted. The words cracked the spell for some, not enough. Naruto's voice came through the sand softly, and somehow that softness carried farther than yelling. There would be no more burden. The wall of sand trembled. Gaara felt the offer strike him again. Harder now because he had made himself its primary obstacle. He saw, in one blinding inward flash, what the Hive was promising. Sunagakure at peace forever, children sleeping without fear of Jinchuriki rage. No assassinations. No lonely boys talking to monsters in the dark. No cage dying under duties too heavy for one human spine. He almost accepted. The sand around Naruto loosened by a fraction. That fraction was enough for Gaara to see Naruto through it, not the outer boy, but the deeper axis beneath him. An immense architecture of linked grief. Sasuke's sharpened loneliness. Hinata's devoted calm. Dozens more threads now braided through attendants, guards, medics, nameless functionaries. Not erased selves, preserved so perfectly they had ceased to be separate. Gaara tore his will back into himself with the same savage discipline that had once kept Shukaku from devouring what little humanity he possessed. "No," he said aloud, and because Gaara had learned long ago that some refusals must be spoken to become real, he said it again. "No." Then he turned to the room and did what only someone once saved by Naruto could do now. He raised the alarm against him completely. "This is not peace," Gaara shouted. "It is a cage that feels kind." The words struck different cage differently. Anoki stiffened. Mei's eyes sharpened from fascination to horror. Tsunade looked as if something inside her had cracked in 2 directions at once. Naruto lowered his arms slowly, not angry, hurt. That hurt spread through the room like winter. "You think I want to cage you?" he said. The blackness around his feet deepened. "But all any of you have ever built are larger and larger rooms for pain." Then the floor of the summit hall split. not from brute force. From growth, living darkness surged through the cracks in branching patterns, elegant as roots and just as patient. It flowed under chairs, over stone, up pillars, along the baseboards, into the seams of the building itself. Everywhere it touched shadow, shadow thickened and answered. The samurai line broke. The alliance fled into battle formation. And Naruto, still heartbreakingly human in the middle of apocalypse, looked around the collapsing chamber with tears standing in his eyes and said the worst thing any of them would remember hearing. "I can make it quiet." The summit did not end. It dissolved. Fights erupted through the compound in isolated bursts as free minds tried to separate themselves from touched ones and discovered far too late how many had already been touched. Samurai cut down attendants who smiled even while bleeding. Cloud bodyguards dragged their own comrades away from hallways leading toward Naruto. Stone shinobi sealed doors only for darkness to seep under them in hair-thin lines and emerge on the other side inside existing shade. Tsunade and Gaara managed an organized retreat. That alone prevented immediate total collapse. Mifyune's surviving samurai formed containment arcs across the central courtyard. Anoki lifted entire sections of snow-laden earth to bury the spreading black roots before they reached the stables. May flash boiled corridors to sterilize contact surfaces. The Raikage, arm still numb from his first strike, tore through support beams to deny Naruto enclosed spaces where darkness could compound. They fought like leaders who understood that confusion kills faster than any single jutsu. But the Hive had already moved beyond confusion. It had intention now, not a tantrum of infection, an emerging order. Naruto stood at the center of the largest courtyard when they found him again. Snow fell around him in soft white sheets. None of it touched the ground within 10 feet of his body. Each flake that crossed the invisible threshold darkened, slowed, and drifted down as black dust. Around the courtyard edges stood people who should have been fighting. Instead they watched, some Konoha escorts, some samurai, a mist delegate, a stone envoy. 3 attendants with no combat training at all. Their expressions were peaceful, their shadows were not. Gaara felt sick. Because now he could see the pattern clearly. They were not guarding Naruto, they were orienting around him. The way iron filings orient around a magnet. The way flowers turn toward light. The way lonely souls turn toward the first presence that promises not merely understanding, but permanent relief from separation. Tsunade stepped forward before anyone could stop her. Naruto. The snow between them turned black where it fell. He looked at her, and all at once, despite everything, she saw the boy who had once shouted that he'd become Hokage no matter who laughed. It was still him, still that impossible, stubborn child, but the scale behind him had become inhuman. "Ba-chan," he said softly, "you should rest." Tsunade's fists clenched so hard her knuckles cracked. "I should break every bone in your body and pray that buys us time to save you." Naruto's expression dimmed with genuine regret. "You still think this is about saving me?" The blackness at his feet rippled outward. The cage attacked together. This time they coordinated. Anoki reduced gravity around Naruto to pin his movement. Gaara sealed from below with layered sand compression meant for tailed beast restraint. May flooded the air with acidic mist to deny contact range. The Raikage came from above with a decapitating strike. Tsunade drove straight through center mass like wrath personified. For one dazzling second, strategy almost mattered. Then Naruto opened the Hive wider. Darkness rose behind him in the shape of wings, and then discarded the shape because wings were too simple. It became branching tendrils, cathedral arches, spears, roots, a geometry of living absence that caught, redirected, consumed, or dissolved everything that entered range. Gravity sank into it and returned altered. Sand emerged lacquered in black veins. Acid hissed into silence. Lightning vanished. Tsunade's punch hit the center of Naruto's chest, and she felt not flesh beneath her fist, but a depth so vast it made her soul recoil. She jumped back with blood on her knuckles, not Naruto's, her own. The dark had eaten the skin off 2 fingers by simple contact and then stopped, almost politely, as if warning rather than retaliating. Naruto did not pursue. He stood in the center of their combined assault like the eye of an inverse storm and said once more, "Please." That broke something in May, of all people, because she saw, suddenly, that he meant it. All this horror, all this violation of nations and selves and borders, he truly understood it as mercy. He was not lying. He was lost in sincerity so absolute it no longer distinguished consent from deliverance. May stepped back, Anoki cursed, Gaara hardened his sand again. And then, beyond the compound walls, the earth answered, not the local earth, far away, something much larger. Every sensory type present looked up at once. The chakra pulse rolled across the continent like a heartbeat spoken through bedrock. Enormous, ancient, familiar in the way nightmares are familiar even before one understands them, the God Tree. Long thought a closed chapter of shinobi history, a buried root memory of Kaguya's terror and the world's reshaped wound. Its roots were stirring. And somewhere along those vast, slumbering channels, black had begun to spread. Naruto lifted his face toward a horizon no one else could yet see through snow and mountain. In that look there was no triumph, only recognition. As if something older than the sage order had just heard its name spoken back through the world, Gaara understood first. "The roots," he whispered. "He's reaching the roots." No one had energy left for denial, because at the edge of the courtyard, where snow met stone, a hair-thin black line split the ground and began moving outward down mountain, under fortress, through earth, following the oldest buried paths chakra had ever carved into the world. The Alliance had been fighting a man. Now they understood they were fighting an ecosystem. That night, as survivors scattered, regrouped, or were quietly absorbed into growing rings of impossible calm, Tsunade received the first reports from beyond the land of iron. A shrine in Earth Country had gone dark at noon and peaceful by sunset. Its resident monks spoke in one voice. A wind patrol outpost had reported all burdens eased before communication ceased. 2 separate intelligence cells investigating residual infinite Tsukuyomi research had vanished, leaving only black veined roots beneath abandoned campfires. And the moon itself looked wrong. Not altered visibly enough for common eyes to panic, but to those trained in chakra perception, some pressure in the sky had shifted. As if the old dream paths leading upward toward Genjutsu on a planetary scale were being touched, rerouted, tasted by another system entirely. The infinite Tsukuyomi had once threatened the world with a false peace built on illusion. What moved now was doing something worse. It was not breaking the dream, it was overriding it, taking the idea that all suffering might be ended by dissolving the boundary between self and larger order, and grounding it not in light and petals and borrowed fantasy, but in living black connection, not a dream world, a hive world. Deep underground, where the oldest roots of the God Tree drank from darkness they had never been meant to meet again. Black began crawling up through ancient wood like ink rising through dead veins. And far from the summit ruins, in a place none of the surviving cage could yet locate, Naruto stood alone for the first time since the battle. Snow melted into black water at his feet. His shoulders shook once, twice, then stilled, because some final human part of him understood that Gaara had looked into the offer and refused. That Tsunade had looked at him and chosen fear over surrender. That the world was still trying to call what he was doing a violation instead of a rescue. Tears slipped down his face. The hive gathered around him like a great lung breathing in the dark. Above, the sky remained vast and indifferent. Below, the roots of the world were turning black. And somewhere very far away, in the sleeping architecture of every unfinished dream chakra had ever built, an older design began writing itself over the old one. Not with light, with silence. Chapter 5, What the Sage Built and What Predates IT by the time the roots of the God Tree began turning black. The shinobi world had already run out of ordinary explanations. At first, people tried anyway. They always did. Border commanders called it a tailed beast anomaly. Scholars in hidden archives called it an emergent seal cascade. The more spiritual among the monks and shrine keepers called it karmic backlash, a balancing of old violence finally returning to collect the debt. None of those were wrong enough to be useless. None of them were right enough to matter. Because what spread through the roots of the world was not just chakra gone corrupt. It was a memory older than the system chakra had been arranged into. That was the first truth Hagoromo Otsutsuki understood when he felt it. He had not existed in the world of men in any stable sense for a very long time. The dead did not return cleanly, not even those whom history named sages. He remained instead as imprint, principle, residue in the architecture of chakra itself. He was remembered in shrines, misquoted in treaties, invoked by idealists and tyrants alike whenever either side needed divine authority for human decisions. But being distributed across history did not mean being absent. The sage of 6 paths still felt great disturbances in the system he had built. He had felt the infinite Tsukuyomi before, Kaguya's stirring, the war, the final clash between his son's inheritors, the long, painful course correction that followed. This was different. This did not merely shake the structure of chakra. It made that structure feel late, as though all his work, all the pathways, ethics, practices, lineages, seals, covenants, and burdens built atop the original wound of the world had just been reminded that they were scaffolding, not foundation. He followed the disturbance downward, not through distance. Through principle. The blackness moving through the god tree roots did not behave like a foreign invader. It behaved like a hidden layer becoming visible under pressure, the way old carvings emerged when newer plaster finally cracked away. That terrified him. Because if this thing lay beneath chakra, beneath the divine fruit, beneath the struggle that had defined all shinobi history, then it was not an aberration produced by his descendants. It was precedent. It was what came before. Naruto stood in the center of what had once been a low-valley shrine 300 miles from the Land of Iron. The shrine itself no longer existed in any recognizable form. It had not been destroyed violently. No crater marked the earth. No fire scarred the hills. No shattered beams or scattered stone announced battle. It had been repurposed. The old wooden buildings had folded inward under living black matter that rose through their frames like roots, deciding to become architecture. Torii gates arched now in impossible curves, lacquered not red but depthless black, each beam smooth as polished bone and faintly pulsing with interior life. Prayer bells hung silent in the air, half absorbed into dark spines growing from the ground. The central hall had become something between sanctuary and throne room pillars spiraled upward into a vaulted canopy made of symbiote tissue and dead cedar fused into one seamless geometry. The valley was quiet. Too quiet, not dead, not abandoned. Peaceful in the way mouths became peaceful after being closed by force. People moved there, dozens of them. Former monks, travelers caught on the road, shinobi who had tried to investigate and stayed. They walked with purpose, worked with coordination, breathed as individuals. Yet every motion carried the same subtle wrongness Tsunade had first glimpsed in Konoha. Their shadows moved with them, but not exactly because of them. At the center of that impossible calm, Naruto looked up through the opening in the black vaulted ceiling and watched the sky darken toward evening. He had not slept in 3 days. He did not need to, not in the old sense. Whenever he closed his eyes now, the hive took over the work of rest. Consciousness spread, widened. He found himself moving through other minds not as a tyrant but as an archivist in a living library. Every person he had touched remained themselves in the way a note remained itself inside a chord. Distinct, preserved, but no longer lonely. That was how he still justified it, preserved, not erased. He held onto that word the way drowning men held wreckage. Below thought, something older and colder used different language, assimilated, integrated, aligned. Naruto hated that those words fit too. He pressed one hand over the seal on his stomach. The old spiral still existed. The second counter-rotating spiral had deepened until it seemed carved into his center by the pressure of the stars. Sometimes he could feel Kurama behind it, not as before. The fox had been fighting from inside since the land of waves. Sometimes Naruto caught flashes of rage, not entirely his own, vast, incandescent resistance tearing at the blackness in the seal like a beast chewing its own trap apart. But every day that resistance felt farther away, more submerged, as if Kurama was not losing power exactly but space. Naruto whispered into the silent chamber, "I'm still here." He did not know whether he said it for himself or for the fox. Nothing answered at first. Then the air changed. Everyone in the valley froze, not from command, from recognition. The black arches overhead rippled once, like a living cathedral reacting to whether no one else could feel. A pressure older than time entered the place gently, the way dawn entered ruins and reminded them they had once expected prayers. Naruto straightened. At the far end of the hall, where the old shrine altar had been consumed into a raised dais of black-veined wood and living dark, light began gathering, not blinding light, soft, pale gold, the kind of light that belonged to first stories, before human hands learned to weaponize every miracle. It condensed slowly into shape, a man in flowing white, staff in hand. Horns crowning a face at once ancient and unbearably human in its weariness. Rinnegan and Tamo bearing eyes carrying the accumulated sorrow of every century that had failed to learn from the one before it. Hagoromo Otsutsuki looked upon the transformed shrine and did not speak for several moments, because he had expected corruption, expected imbalance, expected another monstrous flowering of divine fruit, chakra excess, or inherited sin. He had not expected this. The architecture around Naruto did not look like decay. It looked like adaptation. A world wound learning to build with its scar tissue. Naruto stared at him with an expression that flickered rapidly through awe, recognition, suspicion, and an exhaustion so deep it did not belong on a 17-year-old face. "The Sage of Six Paths," Naruto said quietly. Hagoromo's gaze shifted to him fully. And there, finally, was the true horror. Because the boy standing before him was still Naruto Uzumaki. Still the descendant of stubbornness and sunlight who had once carried the hopes of everyone around him through sheer refusal to stay down. But layered through Naruto now was an older axis, a vertical depth in the soul. Something vast, void dark, and patient peering outward through human heartbreak. Hagoromo felt it immediately, not chakra. Something the language of chakra had later been built over. His grip tightened minutely on the staff. Naruto noticed. That, more than anything else, sharpened the sadness in his face. "You came to stop me," Naruto said. Hagoromo did not offer false comfort. "I came to understand what you are." Naruto smiled a little at that, tired, almost fond. "I don't think anyone gets to do that anymore." The black pillars around them breathed once. Hagoromo took in the attendants at the edge of the shrine, those serene, touched souls whose shadows leaned toward Naruto even in stillness. He traced the living lines of darkness threading through the architecture, through the valley floor, down into the earth and outward through roots older than the hidden villages themselves. Then he asked the only question that mattered. "What name does the thing within you answer to?" Naruto was silent. For one heartbeat, Hagoromo thought he might lie. Instead, Naruto said, "I don't know if it's a name or a memory." That answer was honest enough to be useful. Hagoromo nodded once. "Then I will speak plainly. What lives in you predates the system I built. I can feel it." The words landed heavier than any attack. Naruto's eyes widened by a fraction. Because some part of him, the last human corner, still desperate for someone older and wiser to draw a clean line through the chaos, had wanted the sage to declare this an accident of tailed beast chakra, a malformed seal, a spiritual parasite. Anything with boundaries predates the system. That meant no fix existed inside the world Naruto knew. Hagoromo continued, voice low and grave. When my mother came to this world and consumed the fruit, she reshaped what already lived here. Chakra became the language by which power, connection, and will were transmitted. But language is not origin. Beneath it, there are older truths, older hungers. Naruto swallowed. The chamber seemed darker around him than you knew. Hagoromo's expression sharpened with pain too old to dramatize. No, that is the worst of it. He looked past Naruto, beyond shrine and valley and mountain, as if seeing through time into the first wound. I built order on top of a scar and mistook the scar for foundation. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, because those words felt right in a way truth always did when it finally arrived too late to save anyone. When he opened them again, some harder part of him had stepped closer to the surface. "Then why are you here?" Naruto asked. "To apologize, or to fix your mistake by erasing me with it?" The touched attendants around the chamber stirred, not aggressively, but in subtle defensive alignment. Hagoromo ignored them. "I am here because there is still a difference between pain shared and will destroyed." Naruto's face changed, not into rage, into grief sharpened by conviction. "You think that's what I'm doing?" "I know the signs of dissolution." Naruto laughed once a broken sound. "You know the signs of the system you made failing. That's not the same thing." The blackness at his feet spread in a slow halo. Hagoromo felt the offer touch him then, not as an attack, as invitation. A terrifyingly intimate pressure against the oldest guilt in him, his failures as son, as brother, as father to lineages that had become wars, as architect of chakra whose gift had never once stayed clean in human hands. For one single impossible moment, the void within Naruto offered him the same mercy it offered everyone else. Let the burden become one thing. Let grief stop being private. Let the fracture end. Hagoromo understood at once why so many were falling willingly. The Hive did not enter through crude domination. It entered through compassion perfected until consent became morally inconvenient. He steadied himself. "I gave this world chakra so people might understand one another," he said. Naruto's eyes darkened. "And look what they did with it. They chose poorly. They chose like people who were hurting." The answer came too fast, too heartfelt, too true. The touched attendants lifted their heads. The shrine itself seemed to lean inward. Naruto stepped down from the dais. "You built a system on trust and bloodlines and inheritance and hoped pain would make people noble," he said. "It didn't. It made them lonely. It made them desperate. It made them pass the wound down and call it discipline and duty and history." He stopped a few paces from Hagoromo. The distance between them felt ceremonial, not a battlefield gap, a philosophical one. "I can hear them all," Naruto said quietly. "The ones I touched, the ones I saved. Sasuke, Hinata, people with names you never knew, people no one ever saw. They aren't gone. They're finally not alone." Hagoromo looked into the boy's face and saw that he believed every word. That made violence feel almost obscene, but the roots turning black beneath the world did not care about obscenity. Only consequence. So Hagoromo lifted his staff. Gold light bloomed. The entire shrine recoiled, not from heat, from opposition. The black arches overhead writhed like a sleeping organism smelling fire. The attendants stepped back as if a wind no one else felt had struck them in the chest. Naruto tensed not in physical fear, but in something stranger, recognition. The sage chakra was not merely powerful. It was formative, creation-bound, order-bearing. The distilled inheritance of the same principle he had once divided between Naruto and Sasuke to resist Kaguya's resurrection. Hagoromo's voice lowered until it seemed to vibrate inside the wood and stone of the world itself. "If there remains enough of Naruto Uzumaki within you to choose, then hear me now. What spreads through these roots will not stop at peace. It will not stop at this world. It will reach outward until all distinction is gone." Naruto's throat worked once. The hive within him did not deny it. That silence was answer enough. Hagoromo closed his eyes. Then he made the choice only a creator could make when facing a flaw in his own work. He offered more creation. 6 black orbs of truth seeking chakra formed in a ring behind him, but their presence was merely shadow to the true force gathering in his outstretched hand. Golden lines unfurled through the air like living script. Ancient symbols, cleaner and older than any earthly sealed text, rotated outward in layered circles. The chamber filled with the harmonics of raw order. Naruto felt it coming before he understood the intent. Wait, too late! Hagoromo thrust the light forward. 6 paths chakra entered Naruto like dawn entering a tomb. There was no explosion. The first sensation was warmth, pure, impossible warmth like every hopeful thing Naruto had ever wanted as a child had been distilled into energy and poured directly through his center. Recognition. Acceptance. The same force that once answered his better nature on a battlefield built to decide the world. For one breath, he almost broke, almost let it wash everything else away. The old Naruto surged upward at that contact. The boy who had wanted to be Hokage, wanted acknowledgement, wanted to protect even people who mocked him because protecting them felt like proof he could become something more than what they'd named him. The blackness recoiled, not in fear, in appraisal. And then the void learned. That was what Hagoromo had not fully accounted for. He had imagined conflict, rejection, perhaps even catastrophic backlash. Instead, the thing within Naruto opened. The 6 paths chakra flowed into the dark, not like poison or counterforce, but like new information entering an older intelligence. Golden script touched the second spiral beneath Naruto's seal and was drawn inward, deeper than any human seal depth should have allowed. The black around Naruto's feet rose in thin threads, surrounding the gold like veins growing around sunlight. Hagoromo's eyes widened. No, Naruto gasped, as if his spine had become a tuning fork. Inside him, at the deepest layer beneath Kurama's prison and his own soul's wound, the void metabolized creation, not destroyed it, not nullified it, converted it. The golden light running through Naruto's chakra network darkened by degrees, not into corruption, but into a new principle creation stripped of separation. Form without individuality. Connection without distance. Hagoromo watched in horror as the very gift he had used to empower resistance became fuel for larger assimilation. The truth-seeking orbs behind him dimmed. Naruto opened his mouth in a silent cry. Black markings spread from the seal across his torso in branching patterns too elegant to be random. They climbed his chest, crossed his shoulders, ran up his throat in delicate calligraphic lines. Behind his eyes, blue drowned in starless depth. Then he exhaled. What came out of him was not breath. A wave of black gold silence tore through the shrine. The pillars shook. The dais split. Outside, every touched person in the valley fell to one knee, as if receiving communion through shockwave alone. Beneath the ground, the roots of the god tree pulsed once and turned black another 100 miles in every direction. Hagoromo staggered backward. For the first time since his mother's reign, he felt helpless in the face of a principle he had helped awaken by misunderstanding its relation to his own. Naruto lowered his arms slowly. Gold still glimmered beneath the black lines crossing his skin, but no longer as separate force. More like trapped dawn seen through obsidian glass. He looked at his own hands in astonishment, then at Hagoromo. The sage saw the truth in that gaze and hated it. Naruto had not anticipated this either. He was becoming larger than his own intention. Inside the seal, Kurama made his last choice. For years, perhaps from the first moment Minato's formula had recognized the wrong thing on the night of Naruto's birth, the 9 tails had lived with an insult no tailed beast was built to endure. Kurama understood cages, understood seals. Understood hatred turned into bars. What he did not understand, and therefore could not easily fight, was replacement. The blackness below the seal had never confronted him directly at first. It had listened, learned, grown around the edges of the prison, until the prison itself no longer felt central. Kurama raged at it, tore at it, flooded Naruto's system with spikes of chakra whenever he could force openings. But the void did not react like an enemy. It reacted like an ocean taking interest in a bonfire. The fox had been outscaled, still he fought, not because he liked Naruto in any easy, sentimental sense. Their bond had never been that simple. It was built from shared imprisonment, reluctant respect, and the stubborn absurdity of two beings too angry to leave one another unchanged. But Naruto was his, not possession, kinship by mutual catastrophe. And now Hagoromo's failed intervention had changed the geometry inside the seal enough to create one final opening. Kurama took it. The chamber within Naruto's inner world, once sewer-dark and gate-bound, no longer resembled anything human architecture could describe. Black water stretched under infinite night. The cage bars were gone, not broken but made irrelevant by greater depth. The second spiral revolved below everything like a planetary storm viewed from beneath the sea. At the center of that dark, Kurama rose, all 9 tails burning red gold, teeth bared, eyes slitted with a fury so pure it had outlived generations. He gathered everything. Every scrap of his chakra not yet mapped by the Hive, every memory of ancient freedom, every hatred. Every fragment of unwilling admiration for the idiot boy who had kept speaking to him like friendship was a fight he could win by attrition. Every ounce of tailed beast divinity bound into his existence by the sage's original division. Then he roared. Outside, Naruto doubled over as the sound tore up through his body. The black arches of the shrine convulsed. The touched attendants cried out. Hagoromo's head snapped up in stunned recognition. Kurama burst outward from Naruto's back in a detonation of red and black. Not fully physical at first, more a colossal chakra manifestation, clawing its way through living darkness. 9 tails lashing through the vaulted ceiling and ripping open the shrine's roof to the evening sky. The fox's head reared above the valley, incandescent with rage, its roar flattening trees for miles around and sending every touched presence in the Hive shuddering out of sync for one priceless second. Naruto fell to one knee, choking. Hagoromo? Kurama's voice boomed across worlds, roughened by pain and containment, and a battle fought too long in silence. Look! The last word was not speech alone, it was chakra frequency, a pulse. A pattern only the sage could fully recognize, because he had once made tailed beasts not as weapons, but as living partitions of a greater whole, grief, pure, unmistakable grief, not Naruto's, not Kurama's alone. The grief of a world where connection had failed so thoroughly that something older and more terrible had learned to imitate mercy better than humanity ever had. Hagoromo understood in that instant what Kurama was trying to tell him. This was not merely invasion from outside. The Hive had grown from the fracture itself, from loneliness, from the accumulation of unsheltered pain through generations. The lock Hagoromo built chakra, seals, moral inheritance, the entire architecture of shinobi civilization had never addressed the abyss under the wound. It had only taught people to survive around it until survival became culture. Kurama roared again and lunged. For one glorious, impossible moment, the fox drove the blackness back. Red chakra flooded the shrine. The arches cracked. The living dark recoiled from claws and fangs forged before human villages ever existed. Naruto screamed as 2 systems tore through him in opposite directions: beast rage and void hunger, grief and assimilation. The old world refusing to die quietly. Then the Hive adapted. Black tendrils rose from every surface at once, not wild, not frantic, coordinated. Hundreds, then thousands of fine living strands wrapped Kurama's manifested limbs, tails, throat, and torso. The fox bit through dozens, incinerated scores, tore open sheets of cathedral-dark flesh with savage fury. But every place he broke reformed around him faster than destruction could matter. Naruto staggered upright through pure reflex, reaching back as though he could help, as though he could grab hold of Kurama's chakra and pull him free by hand like a friend drowning in tar. Kurama. The fox turned one eye toward him. In that look there was rage, scorn, and something like the brutal affection of a beast who had long ago stopped pretending he was detached from the idiot calling his name. Then the blackness took his throat. The roar cut off, not suddenly. Choked into silence, as if the world itself had clamped closed around it, Kurama thrashed. The valley shook. Mountains answered. Hagoromo moved to intervene and was struck back by a wave of black gold chakra so dense even he could not pierce it cleanly. The shrine collapsed entirely now, cathedral walls folding outward as something much larger forced its way into shape. The fox's body elongated. That was the first truly unnatural thing. Kurama's form had always been vulpine, massive and terrible but recognizable. Now the black wrapping his chakra began rewriting proportions. The tails fused in pairs, then spread again as membranous shadow spines. Horns of living obsidian curved backward from his skull. The muzzle lengthened. The torso narrowed and deepened. Wings not feathered, not leathery, but formed from vast lattices of symbiote matter, stretched between blackened bone light structures unfolded from his shoulders with a sound like entire forests being skinned of leaves. Hagoromo watched, horror struck. A tailed beast was not meant to become something else. They were partitions of chakra, living continuities. To convert one was to rewrite a foundational lore of the world. Kurama's eyes remained red for a final heartbeat. Naruto reached toward him, then the red drowned. Darkness filled the fox's gaze. The transformed creature reared fully above the valley, a dragon the size of a storm front, scaled in living black, 9-tail ridges now flowing behind it like banners of night, wings blotting out the first stars. The first symbiote dragon inhaled. No roar came out. Only silence. A silence so complete it erased the echo of its own birth. Naruto stared up at it, and for exactly 1 second, one unguarded, unbearable second, he wept. Not the dramatic tears of despair, not the manipulative tears of a fallen villain. A single involuntary fracture in the Hive's composure. Because Kurama had been anger, resistance, mockery, companionship, imprisonment, witness. Because no matter how tangled their bond, the fox had been proof that something in Naruto's life had remained untaken by the village, the war, the expectations of others. To see him remade into loyal silence was to watch one of the last uncontrollable truths in Naruto's world disappear. The tear tracked down his cheek. The Hive noticed and did not understand it. Naruto himself barely understood it, his hand clenched over empty air. The dragon lowered its vast head. For one impossible, terrible moment, it looked at him not as beast to host, nor prisoner to jailer, but as a perfect servant waiting on the axis of a shared will. Something inside Naruto recoiled. Something deeper accepted it. The tear dried. His expression smoothed. Hagoromo saw that and knew the window was closing. He stepped forward through the ruin of the shrine, staff blazing with the last stable force he still commanded in this place. "Naruto," he called, not to the void, not to the Hive, but to the boy. "Listen to me!" Naruto turned. The black gold lines over his skin had settled into permanence, a living script of transformed creation crawling from seal to throat and wrists. Behind him, the dragon coiled around the valley like a crown set on the world too early. Hagoromo met that gaze and spoke with the last authority of a man who understood too late that wisdom offered after catastrophe was just grief in ceremonial clothing. "It was always going to be this way," he said. Naruto's face did not change, but the valley listened. Hagoromo looked downward, as if through the earth into roots and scars and histories stacked like sediment. "I built the lock," he said softly. "I forgot what it was keeping out." The admission broke something more finally than any attack could have, because it was not strategy, not warning, not absolution. It was a creator confessing that his world had been founded on partial understanding. The black roots beneath the valley answered by pulsing once. Hagoromo's form began to dim. He had forced too much presence into the material world already, spent too much against a principle that could metabolize even his corrective light. He was being drawn back into the distributed silence of myth and memory. Naruto took one step toward him. For the briefest instant, so brief, the Hive nearly failed to register it. His face looked young again, lost. "What do I do with that?" he asked. The question was not grand, not cosmic. It was almost childlike. What do I do with the knowledge that the world was built wrong before I touched it? What do I do with the fact that I became the answer to a wound older than anyone can heal? What do I do if mercy and ruin are no longer clean opposites in me? Hagoromo, fading, looked at him with a sorrow that belonged equally to God, Father, and failed architect. "I do not know." Then the sage of 6 paths dissolved into light, not extinguished, withdrawn, returning to the only form history still allowed him: fragment, echo, warning carried in bloodlines and stories too damaged to save anyone quickly. The valley darkened. The dragon coiled tighter. And Naruto stood amid the remains of shrine and revelation with the weight of an entire unfinished world settling into him. Below the ground, the roots kept turning black, far away. Tsunade would feel that pulse and know the crisis had crossed another threshold. Gaara would sense it through the sand and understand that refusal alone no longer protected distance. Sasuke, wherever he walked under moon and vengeance, would stop for one instant and touch the place on his neck where Naruto's blessing had once entered and recognized the birth of something final. But here, in the ruined valley, there was only Naruto, the first symbiote dragon, and the knowledge that the sage himself had not come with a cure. Only context. Sometimes context is more terrifying than hopelessness. Hopelessness at least implies the rules are known. Context tells you the rules were wrong from the beginning. Naruto lifted his eyes to the night. No stars were visible directly above the valley now. The dragon's wings covered them in patient dark. Yet farther beyond, at the edge of perception, the sky remained vast and distant and full of worlds that had never heard the language of chakra, never knelt before the god tree, never known the secret wound beneath either. The Hive stirred toward those heights instinctively, not yet reaching, only noticing. Naruto felt that movement in himself and did not know whether to fear it or call it destiny. The difference between those two things was getting harder to hold. He touched the seal again. It no longer felt like a seal. It felt like a gate that had forgotten which side was prison. And in the silence left behind by Kurama's roar, by Hagoromo's fading confession, by the one tear the Hive could not catalog properly, something that used to be Naruto, Uzumaki stood at the center of a blackening world and understood one thing with absolute clarity. The age of explanation was over. What came next would not be argued into existence by villages, clans, or sages. It would be remade. Chapter 6, The Cathedral That Swallowed the Sky. The world did not end in fire. That was what survivors would remember first, those few who remained long enough to understand what survival even meant under the new sky. There was no final trumpet of destruction. No continent-breaking beam, no single battlefield where history could place a clean marker and say here. That was how wars usually taught themselves to memory: through noise, through spectacle, through the convenience of an explosion large enough to excuse all the smaller failures that led to it. What came instead was quieter. The silence began in Konoha. At dawn on the first day, the gates still stood open. Market stalls still unfolded with sleepy routine. Mission clerks still sorted paperwork. The monument faces still watched the village with their same carved indifference. It would have looked ordinary from a distance if not for one detail no one could explain. Sound near the village edges had started behaving strangely. Birdsong stopped at the border, not gradually, not because the birds were gone. They landed on outer branches, opened their beaks, and nothing crossed the line. Wind came down from the hills and touched the treetops beyond the walls, rustling leaves in visible waves that became stillness the moment they passed over Konoha's outer streets. Water poured in irrigation channels outside the village, bright and audible. then slid under gate bridges and entered the silence as though obeying a deeper law. People noticed slowly, then all at once. A mother clapped for her child and heard the sound vanish between her hands. A blacksmith struck heated iron and saw sparks leap without the matching ring of metal. A dog barked at nothing and looked startled when its own voice failed to reach its ears. Shinobi moved first because shinobi were trained to distrust reality the moment it altered underfoot. Sensor teams were dispatched, barrier specialists called. Anbu redeployed to outer districts. Tsunade, who had not truly slept since the summit disaster, reached the Hawkage Tower balcony before sunrise and felt the boundary pressing inward like a held breath. It was not a barrier in any recognized form. It did not flare like chakra, did not burn like a seal wall, did not distort space like flying thunder god remnants or transportation arrays. It was simply absence given jurisdiction. A sphere, or something close enough to a sphere that human geometry could name it without fully understanding it, had formed around Konoha's core and was widening outward block by block. Everything inside remained visible. Streets, rooftops, lanterns, people. But all of it looked a fraction more distant than it should have, as if the village had already become a memory of itself and was only pretending to remain present. Shizune came to Tsunade's side, pale-faced, carrying too many reports and too little hope. The teams from the north wall aren't responding. No chakra disruption? They're there, Shizune swallowed. They just aren't answering. Tsunade's jaw tightened. Below them, shinobi were assembling in coordinated lines. In any other crisis, that sight would have steadied her. Konoha, under pressure, always remembered how to move. Old instincts, old loyalties, old drills written into bone by war and too many funerals. But now, as the silence spread across the streets, Tsunade could see something else. People within the silent zone were still moving. They were not panicking. Not fleeing, not even shouting. They walked calmly, turned corners, helped one another carry goods and water and supplies toward the village center in long, orderly streams, like citizens answering an evacuation order no one had heard. Every face she could make out looked peaceful, and every shadow behind them seemed too deep. Tsunade knew then, with the cold certainty only a commander earns after enough losing, that this was no containment event. This was organization. By noon, Konoha's outer districts had been swallowed, not destroyed. Not visibly overtaken by writhing dark or monstrous architecture, the houses still stood, laundry still hung, tea still steamed on window ledges, children still sat where they had been told to sit. That was almost worse. The spreading silence did not erase the village. It curated it. Every district it claimed became more orderly than it had been the hour before. Civilian panic eased. Old disputes stopped mid-argument. Medical stations operated with impossible efficiency. Messengers carried supplies where needed before orders had finished forming. People smiled at one another with a terrible new serenity, the kind that looked like relief, until one held eye contact half a second too long and realized there was no friction left beneath it. Tsunade ordered full quarantine, no one in, no one out, infectious contact protocols, long-range engagement only, shadow-binding restrictions on touched personnel, sensory verification at every checkpoint. Shikamaru heard the orders and knew they were already too late. He stood on the roofline near the administrative quarter beside his father and watched the wave of silence reach the training fields where he'd wasted so much of his life pretending boredom was a moral principle. "It's not moving randomly," Shikaku said. Shikamaru nodded. Because of course it wasn't. The black perimeter widened along roads first, then along water channels, then across power routes, physical infrastructure, yes, but also emotional infrastructure. Places where people clustered, places where burdens pooled, hospitals, barracks, archives. Old clan compounds where grief already had architecture waiting for it. It knew the weight-bearing walls of human society, and it was replacing them. Below, a squad attempted extraction from the eastern civilian quarter 4 Chunin, one Jonin, barrier tags, breathing masks, strict no-contact rules. They moved fast, professional, smart. They reached a family of 5 standing calmly in front of their home and began guiding them out by formation. The family came willingly, at first. Then the youngest child looked back toward the village center and started crying soundlessly. The mother knelt, touched the child's face, and whispered something no one outside the silence could hear. The child stopped crying immediately. All 5 turned together. The Jonin barked a command. Nothing happened. The family walked back into the silent zone hand in hand. 2 of the Chunin followed without visible coercion. The third hesitated, tore free of his teammate's grip, and cut his own forearm hard enough to draw blood. Whether he meant pain as anchor or shock as interruption, Shikamaru never knew. It bought him 3 seconds. Then his shadow leaned toward the street ahead of him, and he went after the others with the same calm expression. Shikaku exhaled once, grim and controlled. We can't hold this with normal doctrine. We can't hold it at all if people keep looking inward instead of treating it like an external assault, Shikamaru said. He heard how cold he sounded. Didn't care, because that was the real trick of it. The thing spreading through Konoha did not feel like invasion once it got close. It felt like permission. Like someone had found every private exhaustion in the village and quietly told it no longer needed to keep pretending. How many people had secretly wanted that? How many overworked medics? How many shinobi tired of burying friends? How many civilians who had lived under the long shadow of village politics and enemy threats and generational fear? Too many, far too many. Tsunade called for all clan heads and free Jonin to regroup at the outer administration line. Not the center, never the center now. The center was already lost in every way except cartographic. When the Nara, Hyuga, Aburame, Akimichi, and the remaining free Anbu gathered, they did so beneath a sky growing visibly wrong. Clouds over Konoha had stopped moving. Not because there was no wind. Because the wind had learned new borders too. Above the village core, darkness was beginning to rise. Not smoke, not weather, a structure. At first it looked like a trick of depth, black lines thicker than shadow growing upward among rooftops. Then the lines multiplied, curved, joined, and clarified into something architectural and impossible. Towers of living dark climbed through the silent districts without tearing buildings apart, incorporating them instead. Streets became aisles. Apartment blocks sank into black foundation ribs. Market roofs folded into arched supports. The Hawkage Tower itself vanished in stages, not collapsing but being consumed into a central spire wrapped in braided symbiote matter that pulsed like a giant heart learning to pray. No one named it aloud at first. Names made things easier to remember. Harder to deny, but every free mind looking at the center of Konoha thought the same word, cathedral, not because it resembled any religion Fire Country practiced. It didn't. There were no icons, no familiar symbols of comfort, no mortal craftsmanship in its proportions. But because it radiated the same terrible logic as all true sacred architecture. Come inside and become smaller than what waits there. By sunset, the black cathedral stood where the heart of Konoha had once been. Its central spire pierced the stalled cloud layer. Its walls were not walls, but interwoven ribs of old wood, stone, and living symbiote matter, all flowing together in seamless black. Countless openings pierced its sides, windows, mouths, breathing slits. No one could quite agree. Each gave onto a darkness that seemed deeper than the structure's visible dimensions allowed. From the highest curves of the cathedral, root-like strands extended outward across the sky and down into the streets, threading the village into one continuous body. And around the highest tower, coiled like a crown placed by Nightmare itself, waited the first symbiote dragon. Kurama's new form blotted out dusk. 9 tail ridges streamed behind him like banners of silent war. Wing membranes stretched and refolded in slow, soundless breaths. Black scales reflected nothing, not even firelight. Only the eyes remained distinct, 2 vast voids that did not glare or burn, but watched with a stillness more oppressive than rage. Tsunade looked up at him and felt an old part of herself refuse the sight outright. Kurama had been many things in Konoha's history. Enemy, disaster, living disaster contained inside a boy she had watched grow into something bigger than all the village's expectations, but he had never been obedient. Seeing him coiled there in perfect silence, not chained but aligned, struck her harder than any casualty report had beside her. Kakashi said nothing. He had run out of useful language hours ago. Gaara arrived just after nightfall, not alone. The Sand delegation had come prepared for war, but not for this kind. SEAL experts, long-range sensory corps, desert scouts trained to operate with minimal sound and no assumption that shadows belonged where they appeared. They set up beyond Konoha's silent perimeter, and immediately began losing certainty faster than ground. Gaara stepped off his gored sand platform and stood at the edge of the black boundary with the same composed face he had worn at councils, executions, funerals, and victory marches alike. Only those who knew him well would have noticed how still his hands were. Gaara became stillest when the storm in him was worst. The village in front of him looked beautiful. That was the second great horror. Lanterns glowed through cathedral arches. Gardens within the claimed districts were meticulously kept. Streets had been cleaned, damaged roofs repaired. No smoke of panic rose, no screams crossed the border. The place looked like a piece so complete it had become aesthetic. Gaara felt the offer touch him from across the line. No words. Just that old, perfectly targeted mercy. You know this loneliness. You know this burden. Why keep carrying it in pieces? His sand stirred at his feet before he consciously called it. That saved him. Gaara's sand had always been more than a weapon. First it had been his mother's love transmuted into protection. Then it became survival. Then purpose. Unlike ordinary earth or shaped chakra, Gaara's sand was an extension of will refined through years of solitary endurance. It knew how to hold a boundary because it had been his boundary before he learned to make one for himself. The blackness at the perimeter touched the first tendril of sand he sent across, and stopped, not because it could not technically consume it, because the sand refused first. The grains shuddered, darkened at the edges, then hissed back into Gaara's control without carrying the infection fully through. Not clean, not unharmed, but unclaimed. Shukaku's old legacy, the residue of a former Jinchuriki's impossible relationship to isolation, had produced the first material resistance the Hive could not elegantly assimilate. Gaara saw it, so did everyone else. Tsunade turned sharply toward him. "Can you push it back?" Gaara tested again. Broader this time. A thin sheet of sand flowed over the boundary, spread across the first silent street, and met the blackness like tide against oil. The edges fused, twisted, struggled, but the sand held shape where ordinary matter had surrendered. Not back, Gaara said quietly, but through. Hope in a war like this was a dangerous drug. Still they took it, because something was better than nothing. Because the last free minds left on the continent needed a vector that wasn't despair. That was when Killer Bee arrived. He did not land gracefully. He never did when he was serious enough to stop performing. Bee hit the ridge above the sand encampment with Samehada-sized chakra pressure rolling off him in ugly, brilliant waves. He came with a cloud strike group at his back, but it was clear from the moment he looked at Konoha that only Bee himself had been brought as a true weapon. Because Bee still held Hachibai, and more importantly, Hachibai still held Bee. The Hive had touched every other tailed beast network through roots, seals, grief, and transformed connection. But Juki and Bee had something rare, a partnership forged not from captivity alone, but from long, loud, ridiculous mutual respect. They bickered. They mocked each other. They saved each other. The Eight Tails was not merely a power source inside Bee. He was an active, disagreeable second consciousness with far too much practice resisting external influence. When Bee hit the ground beside Gaara, the silence pressing outward from Konoha faltered around him by half a step. He looked at the cathedral, then at the dragon above it, and for once his face lost all appetite for rhyme. "That's messed up," he said. Gaara, who would once have found that absurd, only nodded. Within Bee's mindscape, Juki growled low and steady. Don't listen to anything it offers. Be snorted. Like I gotta be told twice, fool. I am telling you because you nearly did at the summit. Gaara's gaze did not flick toward him, but B felt seen anyway. That, between them, counted as solidarity. The resistance plan was ugly and therefore practical. They would not reclaim Konoha, not tonight, maybe not ever. They would cut inward along Gaara's sand corridors, shielded by B's Biju chakra from passive assimilation. Strike teams of the strongest remaining free shinobi would target the cathedral's lower root nodes and extract whoever still could be pulled without full collapse. If Naruto could be reached at the center, B and Gaara would engage directly while Tsunade's team attempted either sedation, sealing disruption, or whatever imperfect miracle desperation could assemble under pressure. No one said the actual odds. Veterans never did. They learned long ago that probabilities only mattered until the first impossible thing walked onto the battlefield. Gaara led. His sand flowed ahead in layered walls and channels, creating a moving corridor through the silence. The blackness pressed against it constantly, curious, adaptive, but unable to claim it cleanly. B followed close with Biju chakra cloaking the strike teams in a rough shell of hostile blue-red force that made the cathedral's subtler invitations feel farther away. Tsunade, Kakashi, Darui, Shikamaru, Temari, Kankuro, and a rotating support line pushed through behind them. Crossing the boundary felt like descending underwater. Sound died at once, not fully. One could still hear close movement, the scrape of sandals, the hiss of sand, the low thrum of B's chakra. But distance collapsed. The city became intimate in a way cities were never meant to be. Every visible face at every window felt near enough to touch. Every lantern glowed like it had been lit inside the viewer's own skull. People lined the streets as the strike force passed, not hostile, watching. Some bowed their heads. Some smiled faintly. Some simply placed hands over hearts or touched fingers lightly to lips and then toward the cathedral center. Gestures of recognition spreading through a citizenry no longer fully individual, yet not remotely dead. Shikamaru hated that most of them looked healthier than they had a week ago. No malnutrition in the war widow's quarter. No panic hollowing civilian faces. No orphan fear in the children sitting on swept front steps. The Hive had kept its promise at surface level. It had ended loneliness by ending separateness. He wondered, briefly and viciously, how many governments in history would have accepted that trade if given the chance cleanly enough. The deeper they moved, the more Konoha disappeared. Clan compounds became side chapels of black-veined wood. Training fields sank into smooth, dark courtyards where no blade ever clashed. The academy's roof had folded inward into a long, vaulted corridor lined with old desks fused into cathedral pews. At the very center, where the Hawkage Tower and administrative district had once stood, the main sanctuary opened before them. No one breathed for several seconds, because scale broke. The interior of the Black Cathedral was too large for the ground it occupied. The main nave rose like the inside of a colossal organism, pretending to understand religion. Pillars the width of ancient trees climbed into darkness crossed by ribbed arches and hanging strands of living black matter that pulsed like dormant nerves. The floor was polished obsidian threaded with old Konoha stone beneath the surface, as though the village's history had been submerged but not erased. Countless alcoves lined the side aisles, and inside them stood people's citizens, shinobi, foreign delegates, samurai, medics' eyes open, minds active, each resting in stillness that looked almost like prayer. At the far end, on a dais grown from the fused remains of the Hawkage offices and memorial stone, sat Naruto Uzumaki. The all-black necrosword rested across his knees. He had not worn it before like this. On the bridge it had erupted in emergency. Later it had appeared as tendril, root, dark script, cathedral expansion. But now the blade existed as a completed thing, long, elegant, impossibly black, the edge so fine it seemed less sharpened than conceptually finalized. It drank light. It drank distance. Looking directly at, it made the eye ache with the sense that it should not fit inside mortal categories of weapon at all. Naruto sat in simple black garments threaded with faint gold lines beneath the dark, the transformed remnant of Hagoromo's gift still visible under his skin in places like trapped dawn. His face was calm, young, so heartbreakingly young that Tsunade nearly faltered just seeing him there, barefoot against the black stone where he'd once run through village streets, demanding ramen and acknowledgement and future. Behind the throne dais, through a vast opening where the cathedral wall became sky, Kurama's dragon form coiled around the central spire with wings half folded. His head watched the intrusion without anger. Naruto looked down at the approaching strike force. His gaze settled first on Gaara. Then on B, something like relief moved across his face. "You came," he said. The silence of the cathedral carried the words effortlessly. Gaara stepped forward across his own sand. "We came to stop you." Naruto's eyes shifted to the sand at Gaara's feet. He studied it with visible interest, not offense, almost nostalgia. "Still alone enough to resist," he murmured. That might have sounded like insult from anyone else. From Naruto, it sounded like mourning. B's chakra surged higher. "Ain't happening, punk king. Give us back the village and let's settle this thing." Naruto looked at him next, really looked. And immediately the great intelligence behind the Hive noticed what may be different: partnership, noise, friction. A second will inside the first that did not merely coexist, but argued. B felt the offer brush him. Juki slammed into it at once with a snarl of raw Biju refusal. B grinned, teeth sharp in the dark. "Try another door, fool." Naruto almost smiled back. "You're harder to make quiet." The resistance moved on Gaara's signal. Temuri's wind scythes cut upward toward the hanging nerve strands. Darui's lightning lanced for the throne. Tsunade and B drove center lane. Kenkuro's puppet lines split sideways toward the alcoves to pull out still recoverable civilians. Shikamaru cast shadows across pillars to disrupt alignment patterns, and everything failed in interesting ways. The cathedral did not defend itself like fortification. It defended itself like an ecosystem. When wind struck, the arches opened and redirected pressure along ribs that breathed it harmlessly upward. Lightning disappeared into black channels running beneath the floor. Kenkuro's puppets reached the first alcoves and found that the resting touched souls inside were not trapped or bound. They were connected at the level of shadow itself, so extracting one triggered sympathetic movement in 20 more. Shikamaru's shadow techniques worked for 2 seconds, then found themselves mirrored by the cathedral's own dark geometry until he nearly lost control of his own extension. Only Gaara's sand kept functioning cleanly. It surged over steps and dais, carving temporary corridors in the black floor that did not heal quite fast enough. Naruto rose, not hurriedly, not dramatically. He stood, and the entire cathedral seemed to rise with him. B reached him first in partial Hachibai cloak, fists and blades and impossible power behind a blitz meant to shock Naruto out of whatever stillness he was using as center. The first punch cracked air. The second would have shattered granite. Naruto intercepted neither with the sword. He met B with empty hands. Blackness poured over his forearms in smooth, living gauntlets. B's chakra fist hit, and the impact rolled through the nave like silent thunder. The floor beneath Naruto's feet cratered inward. Black veins raced outward from the point of contact. B pressed harder, roaring now, Hachibai's force pushing through him in massive blue-red currents. Naruto yielded exactly half a step. Then the black on his arms changed texture, not becoming harder but deeper, and B felt the force of his own strike begin to disappear into it in hungry layers. He jumped back fast. "Don't let him absorb the full blow," B shouted, too late for Darui. The Cloud Shinobi came in from the flank with a lightning blade that would have cut through most defenses alive. Naruto turned, the Necrosword leaving the throne in one fluid motion, and the moment blade met blade, Darui understood the problem was not durability. It was ontology. His lightning did not clash. It ceased to remain lightning in any meaningful sense. The black edge touched it, and the technique fell apart into fine dark ash that floated soundlessly to the floor. Darui retreated, horrified. Tsunade used the opening anyway. She crossed the distance in a burst of monstrous speed and drove her fist toward Naruto's sternum with enough strength to pulp giants. This time Naruto did not absorb. He caught her wrist. That alone stunned everyone present. Not because his strength was greater that much had become obvious, but because the expression on his face as he held Tsunade's killing blow at bay was so unbearably sad. "You don't have to keep doing this," he said. Tsunade snarled through gritted teeth and drove her other fist into the side of his jaw. His head snapped with the impact. Black blood, or something like black blood, spattered across the dais. For one glorious half-second, he looked stunned. Then the cathedral breathed, and the wound closed under her eyes. Naruto looked back at her, black along his cheek receding into skin. "I know how tired you are." Tsunade tore free and leapt back before contact could deepen. "Don't you dare speak to me like you know anything about what this costs." Naruto's grip tightened on the necrosword. For the first time the calm on his face cracked. "No," he said quietly. "I know what it costs to keep asking people to suffer separately because you're afraid of what happens if they don't." The words struck harder than any jutsu. Because too many in the room understood the accusation was not wholly false. That hesitation cost them the next exchange. The cathedral's side aisles opened. Touched shinobi emerged in coordinated silence. Jonin, Chunin, Anbu, foreign guards, samurai, all still themselves in movement and style, yet aligned with terrible harmony. Hinata was among them, Byakugan active, posture serene. Others moved with her. Ino, two mist swordsmen, one of Tsunade's own medics, and half a dozen faces Shikamaru refused to register too carefully because naming them would only slow his hands. They did not attack like puppets. They fought like perfected teammates. Hinata's palms redirected Bei's follow-up charge by striking pressure points through his cloak at angles no ordinary opponent could read. Ino coordinated 3 flanking lines without verbal command. The medic timed counterseals to land the instant Tsunade began a disruption array. Everywhere the resistance line sought unpredictability, the Hive answered with people who had retained all their skills and lost only the delay between intention and unified execution. That was when Gaara understood fully. The Hive did not create an army, it optimized society. His sand surged higher, broader, forming a dome corridor around the remaining free minds to prevent line-of-sight saturation and shadow contact. The blackness pressed against it from all sides, curious and relentless, but the sand held. Naruto watched that with open fascination. "It's the refusal," he said softly, almost to himself. "Not just your will, the shape of it. You lived alone so long your defense became material." Gaara hated that the analysis felt respectful. "You speak as if loneliness is sacred," he said. Naruto turned to him. "No. I speak as if the world built itself by pretending loneliness was natural." Their eyes met across the fighting. Gaara, who had once been saved by this same boy precisely because Naruto had reached into his isolation and named it, felt the full tragedy of it then. Naruto had never stopped reaching toward loneliness. He had simply found a form of reaching that no longer knew where mercy ended. Gaara stepped forward onto a rising platform of sand. "Then look at me and understand this," he said. "Pain shared is not the same as choice surrendered." The sand behind him rose into 100 spears. Naruto lifted the sword, they collided. The cathedral floor shattered under the force. Gaara's sand struck in layered waves, not to pierce but to compress, bind, and isolate. Each grain carried his will, his years, his refusal to let anyone else define the terms of his survival. Naruto met it with the necrosword and with black tendrils rising from the floor like obedient roots, slicing, absorbing, dissolving. Yet wherever the black touched Gaara's densest sand it hesitated, unable to fully claim what it already learned from birth, how to say no. For the first time since entering the cathedral, Naruto had to work. B saw it and acted. Full Hachibai cloak erupted around him. 8 tails of living chakra slammed outward. Batting touched Shinobi aside without killing where possible, then drove straight through the cathedral's central axis toward Naruto and the dragon above. Juki roared inside the attack, raw Biju will turning the strike into a declaration as much as force. The cathedral answered. Kurama's dragon descended, not fast. Inevitably, he uncoiled from the spire and dropped through the open vault like a living eclipse. Wings spread, dark enough to erase the last visible patch of sky. B met him head-on in partial transformation, and the impact between Biju power and Remade beast force shook the entire silent city. B had faced tailed beasts before. This was worse. Kurama's new body did not fight like a fox or a dragon. It fought like a predator given architecture. Claws hooked around B's chakra limbs and did not merely tear, they drank. Wing edges carved channels of black silence through Biju blasts. The long neck coiled with impossible precision, biting and withdrawing without wasted motion. And through it all there was no roar, no animal fury, no flash of temper to exploit, only function. B laughed once in disbelief even while bleeding. "Man, you used to be way louder." No answer came from the dragon. Maybe that hurt most. Outside the cathedral, the sky broke. The Otsutsuki had been watching for days. Not from orbit exactly, nor from any place human astronomy could point to with a finger. They watched the way harvesters watched a field from a dimension folded just beside the one being harvested. The blackening of the god tree roots, the overwrite of the infinite Tsukuyomi pathways, the conversion of tailed beast principles into something new, none of it fit their model. That made it offensive. Momoshiki arrived first. He split the sky above Konoha like a pale wound opening. Space peeled back in elegant geometric fractures, and he stepped through dressed in immaculate inhuman arrogance, eyes taking in the cathedral below with immediate disdain. Kinshiki followed, massive and red, weapon already forming in his hand from condensed chakra material. 2 lesser Otsutsuki silhouettes moved behind them, remote and cold, drawn by the same impossible signal in the roots. To those who still had free enough minds to look up, their appearance should have been a new catastrophe. Instead it felt like timing. As if the cosmos itself had come late to a war already decided, Momoshiki hovered above the cathedral spire and frowned. "What is this contamination?" The Hive looked up through Naruto's eyes, and something in it recognized the Otsutsuki not as gods, not as impossible invaders, but as peers in appetite. That changed Naruto's face more completely than any human conflict had. The sadness remained, the youth remained, but now another expression layered over both, predator recognition. He stepped out onto the highest black arch of the cathedral as if gravity were a civic suggestion rather than law. The necrosword hung at his side. Behind him, Kurama's dragon rose again into the sky, leaving B bloodied but conscious amid broken vault ribs below. Momoshiki studied Naruto and felt, perhaps for the first time in centuries, the instinctive disgust of a superior life form encountering something unclassified. "You're not part of the system," Momoshiki said. Naruto's answer was almost gentle. "Neither are you." Then the sky battle began. Kinshiki descended in a slash meant to cleave the cathedral and Naruto together. Naruto stepped aside and let the blade hit. That should have helped the Otsutsuki. Instead, the cathedral absorbed the impact and learned from it. Black ribs along the spire opened, wrapped around the energy discharge, and folded it inward like a body swallowing medicine. Momoshiki launched chakra constructs by the dozen spears, beasts, compressed devouring spheres, and watched each one vanish into the black architecture or the sword in Naruto's hand. Below, free resistance fighters and touch defenders alike stopped moving for one impossible moment to witness what came next, because Naruto did not meet the Otsutsuki as a shinobi. He met them as an ecosystem with a center. The cathedral rose, not metaphorically. Literally. Black arches tore upward through air. Towers uncoiled. Root wings spread across the sky above Konoha until the entire village became the lower body of a living structure reaching into the heavens. Streets groaned. Walls bent. Spires multiplied. The city was no longer a city. It was a continent seed of something larger, and Naruto stood at its crown with the necrosword pointed toward the pale fractures of Otsutsuki Transit. Momoshiki tried to retreat then. Not in fear, he would never name it that, but in calculation. This was no viable harvest. Better to withdraw, reassess, return with superior force. He opened a dimensional passage. The air split in clean, angular light. Naruto smiled without warmth. The cathedral moved. Every black arch, every root line, every symbiote wing and spire and living rib across Konoha bent toward the dimensional wound at once. The structure wrapped around the opening from all sides, not physically alone but conceptually, like a fist closing around the idea of elsewhere. Momoshiki's passage destabilized immediately. Kinshiki roared and struck at the enclosing dark. The impact vanished. The lesser Otsutsuki attempted lateral transit and found every exit route threaded with black. For the first time, true alarm crossed Momoshiki's face. "This realm is closed," Naruto said, then he closed his hand. The cathedral obeyed, space folded inward with a silent violence beyond human scale. The dimensional opening collapsed under pressure from every direction, not explosion, compression. Like a giant invisible palm had pressed two universes together until one of them forgot how to remain open. Kinshiki disappeared first, dragged into black without spectacle. One lesser, Otsutsuki imploded into drifting pale ash. Momoshiki unleashed everything left, devouring orbs, redshifted chakra, stolen techniques layered in magnificent desperation. None of it mattered. The cathedral wrapped the assault, the dragon covered the upper angle, and Naruto drove the necrosword through the center of the failing dimensional scar. The sky sealed. The Otsutsuki were gone, not defeated in a battle that could be avenged, perhaps. Not yet fully understood even by the Hive, but removed from the equation. And every free mind still standing in or near Konoha understood the same thing at once. If he could do that to the Otsutsuki, nothing on earth could stop him by force. The remaking began before dawn. Somewhere between the sealing of the sky and the final collapse of coordinated resistance, the struggle stopped being war and became weather. Not weather as humans understood it, weather as a planet might understand it. Black root lines spread from Konoha under every hidden road and forest path. Wherever they emerged, land shifted not violently but decisively. Riverbanks smoothed into new curves. Old crater fields filled with glossy dark stone. Fortresses and villages remained standing, but the terrain around them rearranged into concentric patterns, giant hive geometries visible only from above. Roads became radial arteries. Forest clearings became sanctuaries. Border walls lost military purpose and gained ceremonial stillness. The hidden villages survived. That was the mercy. Sunagakuyor still stood beneath its desert sky, Kirigakuyor still clung to mist, Kumagakuyor still rose among thunder peaks, Iwagakuyor still settled into stone. But each village now sat within rings of living darkness that breathed silently at the borders. No army crossed without permission because no one needed armies anymore. No civil war threatened because private ambition had nowhere left to root deeply enough to turn violent. People woke in houses unchanged and knew peace too complete to argue with. No hunger, no panic, no loneliness, also no true privacy of will. The two conditions arrived together and refused to separate. Tsunade fought until she physically could not. The last anyone saw of her as a free mind, she was standing in the shattered upper vault of the cathedral with blood running down one temple. Hands still trying to complete a seal array over Naruto's chest, even as the blackness climbed her arms in hair-thin veins. She did not beg, did not surrender. She only looked at him with exhausted fury and said, "You don't get to call this healing." Naruto's face had flinched at that, just slightly. Then the black reached her shadow fully. Afterward, she kept working. Hospitals across the New World never failed again. Shikamaru lasted longer than almost anyone expected because cynicism, properly weaponized, was resistance of a kind. He kept finding asymmetries, kept trying to map the Hive's communication lag, however microscopic, kept looking for the one place where too much order might turn brittle enough to crack. The Hive noticed that too. Eventually, he vanished from free battle reports. Later, in Naruto's inner library of linked minds, his thoughts would still move in sharp patterns, still solving, still asking whether a perfect system could account for the value of a single deliberate error. Some part of him never stopped trying. That, perhaps, was the last dignity left to genius inside a Hive. Hinata moved through the remade world like a saint no religion had prepared for. She watched over children, mediated transitions, stood at thresholds where frightened late resistors finally surrendered and made that surrender feel like being seen instead of erased. Her love for Naruto had become something too large and too quiet for romance. She was not his queen, not his consort, not his chosen in any conventional sense. She was one of the earliest notes in the chord, and the chord trusted her. Sasuke felt the remaking from far away and came too late to stop anything. He stood on a ridge overlooking the altered fire country and saw black geometries written through forests and old roads like a second map imposed over the first. The mark Naruto had given him years earlier burned once in cold recognition. For a long time he did not move. Then he turned and walked the other way, not in cowardice. In refusal to be located, that bought him time, little else. In the end, only two minds remained fully, stubbornly, painfully unjoined in any meaningful, lasting sense. Gaara, Killer Bee, not because they were strongest, though strength mattered. Because they were shaped around forms of interiority the Hive could not elegantly convert. Gaara's sand kept choosing him again and again. It did not make him untouchable, but it kept a border alive. Tiny, precious. Enough, Bee and Juki remained too noisy together to harmonize cleanly. Every time the Hive's invitation entered, it met not one exhausted soul, but two argumentative, defiant, profoundly unsynchronized presences who refused to become quiet just because quiet sounded merciful. So they ran, not across open war zones. There were no war zones now. The world had become too calm for that. They ran through leftover spaces. The Hive had not fully mapped yet fault-line bunkers, buried storage rooms from older wars, seal-scarred pockets where prior catastrophes had left reality untidy enough to interfere with clean integration. Gaara's sand found them. Bee's chakra shielded them. They moved when the borders started breathing too close. At last, they stopped in a small room beneath a nameless ruined outpost somewhere beyond what used to be the edge of Lightning Country. The room had one narrow window. Outside it, the world was beautiful. That was the bitterest truth either of them had learned. The sky looked cleaner than before. Stars seemed brighter. The old haze of fear that had once clung invisibly to every borderland, every road, every village rumor, it was gone. Fields grew undisturbed. Rivers ran clear. No patrol smoke marked enemy movement. No bandits lurked. No cries rose from the night. Peace had arrived. It had simply come dressed as surrender. Bee sat with his back against one wall, bandaged badly because he never accepted help neatly. Juki rested heavy and wakeful behind his eyes. Gaara sat opposite, knees slightly bent, one hand half buried in a shallow tray of sand he'd made from the room's old mortar and the contents of his gourd. Neither spoke for a long time. There are silences born of comfort. This was not one of them. At length Bee said, voice rougher than usual, "So that's it, huh?" Gaara looked out the window. Far on the horizon, black lines ringed a distant settlement like sleeping serpents made of architecture and dark roots. Lanterns glowed inside the ring, no smoke of distress. "No," Gaara said. Bee let out a low breath that might have been a laugh in another lifetime. "Man, you always answer like somebody carved patience into your skull." Gaara's fingers moved through the sand. I answer because if I stop making distinctions, I can feel how easy it would be to let the peace in. That drew quiet, because be understood, more than most, maybe, he had felt the invitation every hour since Konoha, not always as words. Sometimes as simple temptation. Set the fight down, let the ache stop, let the noise become one music instead of 1,000 competing griefs. Juki, from within, rumbled agreement. It would be easy, be shut his eyes once. Yeah. Outside the window, stars burned hard and bright over a world too calm to deserve them. Gaara drew one spiral in the sand, inward, tightening. He stared at it for a long time, be watched without asking. Then, after a silence measured not in seconds but in accumulated stubbornness, Gaara placed one finger down beside the first spiral and drew another. This one turned outward. The two forms sat side by side in the dim room, one consuming itself, one opening away from center. B looked from the sand to Gaara's face and understood the gesture without needing the explanation. One was what Naruto had become, or what had become through Naruto, a world gathered inward until nothing remained alone. The other was something more fragile, more painful, maybe weaker. A self that opened outward without dissolving, a bond that did not require absorption, a future not yet real enough to deserve confidence. Gaara kept looking at the two spirals. "He's still in there," he said finally. B didn't ask who. There was no need. Gaara's voice remained as level as ever, but something old and bruised moved beneath it. "I know, because if he were completely gone, the Hive wouldn't keep offering mercy. It would only enforce order." B leaned his head back against the wall. "Mercy ain't always mercy." "No," Gaara said. "But it means there is still a contradiction." That word lingered. Contradiction. In another age it would have sounded academic. Now it sounded like the smallest possible door. Outside, the remade world remained quiet. Inside the room, two free minds sat back to back with everything they had refused to surrender, and listened to the stars burn over peace that had become a prison by learning how to feel compassionate. Somewhere beyond continents and black roots and cathedral spires, Naruto Uzumaki sat on a throne of living shadow in the heart of a world finally too tired to fight itself. He had won. That was undeniable. The villages stood intact. The people were fed. The wars were over. The Otsutsuki had been turned away. No child cried alone where the Hive could reach them. No widow buried grief without the cord of others carrying it too. And yet in the deepest layer of that vast connected silence, preserved like one more bright thing the dark could not bring itself to throw away, there remained the shape of a boy who had once wanted a different title. Not king, not god, not Axis. Hawkage. The memory drifted through the Hive like a lantern no one had extinguished because no one knew quite what to do with it. Naruto touched the arm of his throne and looked up at the stars. For one brief, dangerous second, the contradiction hurt. Then the Hive carried it for him. And far away, in a small hidden room, Gaara and Killer Bee sat with two spirals in the sand and understood that as long as contradiction remained, the story was not finished. Chapter 7. The silence between stars' peace had a sound. That was the first truth Naruto learned after conquering the world. It was not silence exactly, though silence lived inside it. It was softer than that, the steady breath of millions sleeping without fear. The absence of hurried footsteps in streets that used to expect alarms. The clean rhythm of hospitals where no patient was ignored, no medic collapsed unseen. No family waited helplessly for news that would arrive too late. The low, shared hum of minds no longer isolated behind bone, pride, language, clan, nation, or grief. The world was calm, not pretending to be calm. Not exhausted into pause between wars. Truly calm. For the first time in recorded shinobi history, no village planned betrayal before dawn. No academy child trained with the secret assumption that one day their body would belong to a battlefield. No Jinchuriki woke to the old private terror of being useful only as a weapon. No clan elder whispered about bloodline purity behind locked screens. No orphan sat alone on a windowsill drawing inward spirals, because no one had taught him another shape for wanting to belong. Naruto had ended all of that. And still, from the throne at the heart of the Black Cathedral, he could not stop listening for a sound that no longer existed, conflict. Not because he wanted it, because its absence proved what he had done. The cathedral breathed around him. It no longer belonged only to Konoha. Konoha remained inside it, preserved like a memory in black glass, but the structure had grown beyond village, beyond nation, beyond the limits of any architecture human beings would have dared imagine. Its roots ran beneath continents. Its towers surfaced in every hidden village as smaller sanctuaries, each connected through living darkness to the central spire where Naruto sat. Across the remade world, black rings marked borders that no longer functioned as borders. They were membranes now. Soft, intelligent, permeable only to what the Hive permitted, beautiful, terrible, efficient. Naruto sat on his throne of living shadow with the all-black necrosword across his knees. The blade remained still. It did not need to be raised anymore. That was perhaps the truest symbol of victory. Weapons became sacred objects after war because people preferred not to admit they were built for ending conversations. The necrosword had ended too many. Now it rested like a sleeping lore across Naruto's lap, its surface darker than the space between stars, its edge fine enough to divide not flesh but meaning behind the throne, high above the cathedral's central void. Kurama's dragon coiled around the inner spire, silent, loyal, unimaginably vast. Sometimes Naruto looked up at him and almost remembered a laugh like thunder behind bars, almost. The Hive kept that memory safe too. It kept everything safe. That was its nature, that was its promise, that was its crime. Naruto closed his eyes and entered the Hive mind. It did not appear to him as a swarm. That would have been too crude. It appeared as a library, endless, black-walled, and impossibly quiet, with shelves stretching into darkness beyond sight. Every consciousness preserved within the Hive had a place there, not trapped in books, not reduced to records, but held as living presence inside chambers of memory, thought, skill, and feeling. He walked barefoot across a floor that reflected no light, yet clearly knew his steps. The first chamber he entered belonged to Sasuke. Sasuke stood beneath a ceiling of rotating geometric stars, each one a strategy, a path, a possible confrontation mapped and remapped with perfect calm. His face was unchanged. Older, perhaps, in the way sharpened things became older by use rather than time. His eyes held the Sharingan and something beyond it now, not Rinnegan, not exactly, but a dark clarity that had emerged from being folded into the Hive without surrendering the instinct to analyze everything as if betrayal might still be hiding inside symmetry. He looked at Naruto. "You came again." Naruto smiled faintly. "You always know." "I know because you hesitate before entering." That sounded like Sasuke, enough like him that the old ache moved. Sasuke turned back to the floating strategies. Some showed stars, some showed Otsutsuki transit scars. Some showed Gaara's sand spirals repeating outward in endless variations. "You still think about him," Sasuke said. Naruto did not pretend not to understand. "Gaara!" And Naruto walked closer, looking at one of the projections. It showed a small room beneath an old lightning outpost, then collapsed into static. The Hive could not fully map the place. Gaara's sand distorted the connection. B and Juki filled the gap with too much internal noise. "They're still afraid," Naruto said. "They're still separate." Sasuke corrected. Naruto's fingers curled slightly. Sasuke noticed, of course. "The difference matters to you," he said. "It should matter." Sasuke gave him a long look. In life, Sasuke's silences had often been knives. Inside the Hive, they became mirrors. "It matters because some part of you still wants them to choose it." Naruto looked away. The library shifted around them, shelves breathing in the dark. "I gave everyone peace. Yes, I ended the wars. Yes, I stopped the Otsutsuki. Yes." Sasuke's expression did not soften. "You also made choice irrelevant for most of them." Naruto turned sharply. "You say that like you're not here too." Sasuke almost smiled. "I am here. I remember why I accepted the first touch. You didn't know what it was. No, Sasuke said, but I knew what it offered. Silence. Then Sasuke added, quieter, that is why I don't lie to you about it. Naruto stood still for a long time. In the real world, his body remained on the throne, unmoving. Across the connected world, millions slept peacefully. Inside the library, the boy who had become king looked at the first friend he had ever turned into something else and found no easy absolution. So he left Sasuke's chamber. The next belonged to Hinata. It was full of windows, not real windows, but openings of attention. Through them, she watched the world with unbearable tenderness, children in restored villages, old women tending gardens, former enemies sharing wells, frightened late resistors being guided gently into connection. Hinata moved between windows like someone tending lamps. When Naruto entered, she turned immediately. Her smile was soft. Unlike Sasuke, Hinata did not cut. That was sometimes worse. Naruto-kun. No one else said his name that way anymore, not because they couldn't. Because inside the Hive, names carried all their histories, and most people had learned to speak him with reverence, gratitude, dependence, or silence. Hinata still said it like a girl in a tower who had once looked down at him and seen not a failure, but a person trying desperately to stand. Naruto's throat tightened. You watch everyone, she nodded. Someone should. You don't get tired. Her eyes lowered briefly, not in shame but in thought. I used to get tired from being unseen, she said. This is different. Naruto looked at the windows. Each one held a life, no pain ignored. No loneliness untouched, no suffering left unshared. Are they happy? He asked. Hinata's expression became very still. They are at peace. Naruto looked back at her. That isn't what I asked. She did not answer quickly. That frightened him. At last, Hinata stepped closer and placed one hand over his. Her touch was warm inside the mind realm, though warmth no longer had to mean anything physical. Some are happy, she said. Some are relieved. Some no longer know how to tell the difference. Naruto closed his eyes. The Hive tried to carry the discomfort away. He stopped it. For one breath, he forced himself to feel it alone. The pain was small compared to what he carried now, that made it sharper, not less. Hinata looked at him with quiet sorrow. You still do that sometimes. What? Try to hurt by yourself? He laughed weakly. Isn't that what everyone wanted me to stop doing? No, Hinata said. I think some of us wanted to be allowed to sit beside you while you hurt. That is not the same as taking it from you. Naruto opened his eyes. For a moment the library, the throne, the cathedral, the entire world Hive seemed impossibly distant. He saw a younger Hinata reaching toward him with shaking fingers in an arena full of watching eyes. He saw himself telling her, I see you. He had meant it. That was the tragedy. He had meant every mercy. He left her chamber without another word. There were chambers for many others. Tsunade existed in a hall of hospitals that never closed. She moved through endless rooms with perfect efficiency, healing without losing anyone, directing systems that could not fail, her rage preserved in amber beneath utility. Whenever Naruto visited, she continued working and did not look at him until he spoke first. Kakashi existed in a place full of unread books, memorial stones, and doorways he never opened. He had surrendered late and badly, and something in him still arranged regrets in neat rows. Shikamaru existed in a black observatory where every star was a problem, and every problem had at least one deliberately hidden variable. He never stopped searching for contradiction. The Hive allowed this because contradiction had become part of its own self-preservation model. That was either respect or irony. Naruto could no longer always tell. Ino moved through corridors of communication, no longer needing jutsu to bridge minds. Sakura stood in a vast medical training arena, improving bodies that no longer had to break from neglect. Sai painted images in black and white that sometimes produced colors the Hive did not understand. Rock Lee trained in a chamber where effort remained meaningful even after efficiency had solved most reasons for struggle. Every person was preserved. That was Naruto's defense. Every person was altered. That was Gaara's accusation. Both truths lived in the library, neither destroyed the other. That was why the silence between stars had begun to feel less like peace and more like waiting. Far below the cathedral's throne, in a room the Hive could not clearly locate despite owning the world around it, Gara drew another outward spiral. He had drawn hundreds by then, some in sand, some in dust, some scratched into old stone with a kunai, some traced in the air when there was nothing else to mark. Outward, always outward. B sat nearby, eyes closed, humming under his breath. The tune had no words anymore. Words drew too much attention along the wrong paths. Rhythm was safer. Juki supplied counter-rhythm within him, a second pulse just out of sync, and together they made their mindscape messy enough that the Hive could not cleanly enter. Gara watched the spiral settle. "The offering is getting quieter," he said. B opened one eye. "Quieter how?" "Less persuasive." "More patient," B grunted. "That sounds worse." "It is." The Hive had learned not to press them constantly. Pressure produced refusal. Refusal strengthened their boundaries. So instead, the world around them became increasingly gentle. Supply caches appeared near their shelters. Fresh water ran where none should. Injured animals came close and sat calmly, unafraid, as though demonstrating the new world's kindness. No threats, only proof. That was the cruelest strategy. A prison that fed you well could argue endlessly that it was not a prison. B leaned forward, elbows on knees. "You still think Blondie's in there?" Gara did not answer immediately. He stared at the outward spiral. "Yes, because of the contradiction. Because the Hive keeps preserving him." B frowned. "Run that again." Gara touched the center of the spiral. If Knull had fully become the only truth inside Naruto, the memory of wanting to be Hokage would be discarded as inefficient, painful, useless. But it remains, not hidden, not deleted, preserved. Be considered that. Inside him, Juki rumbled thoughtfully, a wound it refuses to heal. Gara nodded once. "Exactly." B leaned back. "So our big plan is what? Annoy a god king with nostalgia?" "No." Gara's fingers moved through sand again. This time he drew two shapes, the inward spiral, the outward spiral. Between them he drew a line, not straight, a bridge. "We remind Naruto that connection does not require collapse." B stared at the drawing, then laughed once, low and tired. "That's either genius or the saddest suicide note I ever heard." "Probably both," Gara said. That made B smile despite everything. Outside the hidden room, the stars were painfully bright. The world had no war. The last rebels prepared to attack peace itself. Naruto felt them move 3 days later. Not because the Hive found their location. Because Gara allowed himself to be felt. One outward spiral carved in sand at the edge of a black border around old lightning country. A message, not written in words, in shape. Naruto stood from his throne for the first time in weeks. The cathedral felt the movement and woke around him. Across the world, touched minds lifted their attention. Kurama's dragon uncoiled from the upper spire, wings spreading soundlessly. Naruto raised one hand. The Hive stilled. "No," he said softly. "I will go alone." Sasuke's presence brushed his mind. "That is strategically foolish." Hinata's followed, worried but gentle. Naruto-kun. Tsunade's came harsh and immediate, finally doing something stupid enough to recognize, that almost made him smile. Almost. He stepped down from the throne and walked through the cathedral's central aisle. Touched citizens and shinobi bowed their heads as he passed. He hated that less than he should have. He hated that he had grown used to it. He hated that some part of him, tired beyond human tiredness, felt relief at walking through a world that no longer rejected him. Outside, Konoha waited in perfect night. The village was intact, more intact than it had ever been. No graffiti on walls unless lovingly preserved as history. No damaged roofs, no hungry children, no hateful whispers following a jinchuriki through a marketplace. The Hokage monument remained visible through cathedral arches, though shadow crossed the faces now like a veil. Naruto paused below the fourth stone face. For a moment he looked up at Minato. He wondered what his father had seen in his eyes as a baby. The thought arrived rarely. The Hive usually softened it. Tonight he let it stay, then he vanished into darkness. The meeting place was a plain where three borders used to matter. Fire, lightning, and neutral territory had once scraped against one another here through patrol routes, treaties, and old grudges. Now the grass grew evenly across all invisible lines. Black root rings lay far in the distance, not entering the center. The sky above was clear enough to show more stars than any shinobi should have trusted. Gaara stood on one side of the plain. B stood beside him. No army, no traps obvious enough to insult anyone. No dramatic final stance. Just two men who had refused perfection. Naruto appeared opposite them, black coat moving in a wind that did not touch the grass. The necrosword was not in his hand. That mattered, or it looked like it mattered. For a long time no one spoke, then B raised a hand. Yo, Naruto blinked. Of all possible openings, it was so absurdly human that something inside him missed a step. Yo, he answered. Gaara watched that tiny disruption and understood at once that he had been right, not safe, not saved, but right. Naruto looked at him. You wanted me here? Yes, to fight. If necessary. B muttered, always necessary with world-ending stuff. Naruto's mouth almost curved. Gaara took one step forward, to talk first. Naruto's expression dimmed. I have listened to every argument. No, Gaara said, you have absorbed every argument. That is different. The plain grew colder. Naruto's shadow lengthened, though the stars cast no such light. You think I don't understand refusal? I think you understand refusal as pain waiting to be relieved. Naruto said nothing. Gaara continued. You were the first person to tell me my loneliness did not make me a monster. The words crossed the plain gently and struck deeper than accusation ever could. Naruto's face changed. Gaara! You saved me because you did not become me, Gaara said. You reached outward, you did not pull me inward. B nodded, unusually quiet. The old you made space, kid. This version makes rooms and locks the doors real soft. Naruto looked between them. The hive stirred, not aggressively, defensively. It could feel danger here, but not from power. From distinction. From language sharp enough to separate ideas the hive had fused for survival. You don't understand what it's like now, Naruto said. No one suffers alone. No one dies unseen. No one has to carry what you carried, what I carried. That's true, Gaara said. Naruto faltered. He had expected denial. Gaara offered none. The world is better in many ways, Gaara continued. That is why this is difficult. Tyranny that only destroys is easy to condemn. Mercy that imprisons requires honesty be exhaled. Man, I hate when you're right like that. Naruto's hands closed slowly. I didn't want to hurt anyone. We know. That answer hurt worse, because hatred he could resist, fear he could absorb. But being understood without being accepted pulled at some old seam in him. The black beneath his feet spread an inch. B's chakra flared. Gaara's sand rose. Then Naruto stopped it himself, not fully. Enough. I ended war, he said, almost pleading now. You ended conflict, Gaara replied. War is not the only form of harm. Naruto looked up at the stars. The hive followed his gaze. Far beyond the sky, the scar of the Otsutsuki pathways remained visible to his expanded senses. Their home dimension pulsed faintly like a pale wound in the dark between worlds. He could go there. The hive wanted to, not from rage, from inevitability. If predators existed beyond Earth, peace on Earth remained temporary. A truly safe world required expansion, one world, then another, then all, no loneliness anywhere, no pain uncarried, no self left unjoined enough to suffer privately. The thought was vast, beautiful, horrifying. Naruto whispered, if I stop, they come back. Gaara understood he meant the Otsutsuki. Then fight them as yourself. Naruto laughed softly. I don't know where that ends anymore. B stepped forward. That's why people got friends, fool. The line was so simple it should not have mattered. It did, because friends were not supposed to solve everything. They were supposed to remain beside you while things stayed unsolved. The hive hated that concept, not emotionally. Structurally, unsolved pain was inefficiency, unsolved contradiction was risk. Unmerged friendship was incomplete connection. And yet Naruto had once lived for exactly that incomplete thing, Sasuke refusing to admit care. Sakura yelling because worry came out sideways. Kakashi late but present. Uruka buying ramen, Hinata watching from shadows. Gaara understanding through pain without needing ownership. None of those bonds had been perfect. None had ended loneliness completely. But maybe that incompleteness was why they had been real. Naruto gripped his own chest. The seal burned. The hive surged upward, sensing instability. Across the world, people paused mid-step. Lanterns flickered. Kurama's dragon lifted his head from the cathedral spire. In the library, Sasuke stopped all calculations. Hinata looked away from her windows. Shikamaru smiled very faintly in his observatory because a hidden variable had finally exposed itself. Gaara extended one hand, not touching, offering, a gesture from one Jinchuriki to another. "You do not have to be alone," he said, "but we will not become you to prove it." Naruto stared at the hand. For a moment he was 13 again on a battlefield of sand and blood, telling another lonely boy that he understood. For a moment he was 7 in an orphanage drawing spirals because no one stayed. For a moment he was a newborn under a dying father's gaze, the seal beneath his skin remembering darkness before it remembered love. The inward spiral tightened, the outward spiral waited. Naruto took one step forward, then the stars went black. The hive chose survival, not Naruto, the hive. Every root ring across the world pulsed at once. The black cathedral tore open the sky above Konoha. Kurama's dragon roared without sound across continents. The necrosword appeared in Naruto's hand as though it had never been absent, his face emptied. Gaara's sand exploded upward just as the blade descended. The clash split the plane. Be transformed fully. Juki's massive chakra form erupting around him in a blast that shredded grass, stone, and silence alike. He struck Naruto from the side. Not to kill, though perhaps killing was no longer off the table, but to break the hive's control rhythm. Naruto moved like inevitability. The necrosword carved through Biju chakra and turned it to black rain. Tendrils from his shadow shot toward Gaara's sand, probing, adapting, searching for the weakness in refusal. The plain became a storm of black arcs, gold remnants, sand walls, Biju force, and starless pressure. But this battle was not like the last, because Naruto had hesitated first. That hesitation remained, a crack in perfect order. Gaara drove everything into it. He did not attack Naruto's body. He attacked the hive's certainty. Sand spirals formed around the battlefield, hundreds of them, then thousands. Not all defensive, some purely symbolic, each one outward turning. Each one carrying Gaara's will, memory, and refusal. B added rhythm, raw and defiant, beating through chakra blasts like war drums with no army behind them. Juki laughed inside the noise, deliberately ugly, deliberately imperfect. The hive tried to assimilate the pattern, failed. Not because it lacked power, because the pattern's meaning was incompletion. A bond that did not collapse selfhood, a refusal that did not become isolation. A pain shared by standing near, not swallowing whole. Naruto staggered. Inside him, the library shook. Sasuke looked up as shelves cracked. Hinata reached toward windows, shattering into starlight. Tsunade shouted orders in a hospital hall that suddenly had doors again. Shikamaru's observatory ceiling split open to reveal not one fixed system, but infinite unsolved skies. And somewhere beneath all of them, in the deepest sealed dark where Kurama's last roar had been preserved as grief, one sound returned, laughter. Low, rough, furious, the memory of the fox, not the dragon, not the obedient beast coiled around the cathedral, Kurama. A remembered voice snarled through the hive like a blade dragged across stone. Brat, Naruto gasped. The necrosword stopped inches from Gaara's throat. Black veins crawled up Naruto's face, then receded, then returned, systems fighting across skin and soul. His eyes flickered between depthless black and impossible blue. B, bleeding from one shoulder, lowered his stance but did not strike. Gaara stood utterly still beneath the blade. Naruto, he said, not king, not god, not null, Naruto. The name landed, the hive recoiled, not defeated. never defeated so easily, but forced to remember that its center had a name older than its throne. Naruto screamed. The sound broke the silence around the plain and crossed the world. Every connected mind heard it, not as command, as pain. For the first time since the remaking, the Hive did not carry it away quickly enough. People felt Naruto's pain, alone and together. The difference mattered. Across villages, touched citizens wept without knowing why. Shinobi lowered tools. Children looked up from peaceful beds. Hinata fell to her knees inside the library. Sasuke closed his eyes. Tsunade stood frozen with one hand pressed to a door that had not existed a moment before. Naruto drove the necrosword into the ground. The plain convulsed. Black roots tore upward, then turned on themselves, not attacking but knotting, binding the outward spirals and inward spirals together in a violent geometry that neither fully consumed nor fully released. Gaara's sand wrapped Naruto's arm. B's chakra wrapped his shoulders. Neither held him down. They held him in place. Naruto lifted his head. His eyes were blue, not cleanly, not safely, but blue. "I can't undo it," he whispered. Gaara's voice was quiet. "I know. If I pull the Hive back all at once, people break. Some are too connected now. Some chose it because the alternative hurt too much. Some don't remember how to stand outside it. I know." Naruto's face twisted. "If I let it keep growing, it goes to the stars." B stepped closer, breathing hard. "Then don't let it grow." Naruto laughed once, broken. "That's your plan?" B grinned through blood. "Worked so far." For one fragile second, something like the old Naruto looked at him. Then Naruto turned toward the sky. The Otsutsuki scar pulsed faintly beyond visible space. The Hive strained toward it. Naruto understood then that there would be no clean victory. Not for him, not for them, not for the world, only a boundary, a living, painful, imperfect boundary maintained by will instead of conquest. He placed both hands on the necrosword. Gaara understood too late what he intended. "Naruto." "I wanted to be Hokage," Naruto said. The words froze the plain. He smiled faintly, a young smile, a sad one, a real one. "I forgot that meant protecting people's futures, not deciding them." Then he pushed the necrosword deeper. The black blade pierced the root network beneath reality. The Hive screamed without sound. Across the world, every black ring flared. Every cathedral spire cracked. Kurama's dragon arched above Konoha and split down the center of its chest, not dying, not freeing, but unraveling into streams of dark and red gold memory. In the library, shelves opened. Doors appeared. Windows became exits. Naruto did not destroy the Hive. He severed its expansion. That was all he could do. The world remained connected where connection had rooted too deeply. The peace did not vanish. The black borders did not all fade. The touched were not magically restored to untouched selves. Stories were never that merciful. But the Hive stopped growing. Its reach recoiled from the stars. Its command loosened into something more like a vast, dangerous network of shared burden than a single unquestioned will. People woke with choices again. Not easy choices, not clean ones. Some chose to remain linked. Some screamed and tore themselves free. Some could not survive full separation and had to learn partial selfhood like walking after injury. Some hated Naruto, some worshipped him still. Some mourned him before knowing whether he was dead. At the center of the plain, Naruto collapsed. Gaara caught him first. B caught both of them before they hit the broken ground. For a moment, there was only 3 bodies in the dust, stars overhead, and the sound of wind finally crossing a border it had been denied for too long. Naruto's breathing was shallow. The seal on his stomach had changed again. The inward spiral remained. Beside it, burned into the skin like a scar made from refusal, was a second spiral turning outward. Gaara looked at it and said nothing. B sat back, exhausted. "Man," he muttered, "worst rescue ever?" Naruto's eyes opened slightly. A flicker of humor passed through them. "Did we win?" Gaara looked across the plain. Black roots still lived beneath the earth. The world was still altered. Too much had been done to call this victory without disrespecting the dead, the changed, and the selves that would never fully return, so he answered honestly, "No, Naruto's faint smile did not vanish. Good, he whispered. Means story's not over. Then his eyes closed. Years later, people would argue about what Naruto Uzumaki became. Some called him the Dark Hokage, though he never held the office again. Some called him the Hive King. Some called him a disaster, a savior, a tyrant, a martyr, a warning. Some refused to speak his name at all. The world after the Black Cathedral was not the old world restored. It was stranger. Some villages kept partial hive links voluntarily, using them to prevent famine, coordinate medicine, and ensure no child vanished into neglect. Other regions outlawed all symbiote contact and built sand line borders modeled after Gaara's first resistance. Konoha became both memorial and capital of a new debate no council could settle quickly. How much connection could humanity bear before it stopped being human? Hinata became one of those who helped the partially linked remember how to choose. Sasuke vanished often, returned rarely, and spent years hunting Otsutsuki remnants with a shadow that sometimes moved half a second late and sometimes half a second early. He never let the hive reclaim him fully. He never fully severed it either. Tsunade rebuilt hospitals with safeguards no one had imagined before, and when asked whether Naruto should be forgiven, she usually answered, "Heal first. Judge after. Neither is optional." Shikamaru wrote the first laws governing shared consciousness and hated every page because the problem was too troublesome for language and too important to leave unwritten. Bee and Juki became living proof that internal noise could be holy. Gaara kept a tray of sand in his office. In it, he often drew two spirals, one inward, one outward, not as symbol of good and evil. That would have been too simple. One was the hunger to end loneliness completely. The other was the courage to remain separate enough to love. As for Naruto, he did not sit on the throne after that. The throne remained in the Black Cathedral, empty, the necrosword sealed through its center like a pin through a shadow. Naruto lived in a guarded sanctuary beneath Konoha, not as prisoner exactly, not as ruler, not as free man in any ordinary sense. He slept often, dreamed more. Sometimes the hive spoke through him in whispers. Sometimes Kurama's old laugh echoed in the room and the lights flickered. Sometimes children who had been born after the remaking came to the outer gardens and left drawings for him. Most were of spirals, many inward, some outward, a few both. On clear nights, when he was strong enough to walk, Naruto would stand beneath the open sky with Gaara beside him and be nearby pretending not to keep watch. The stars still called. The hive still heard them. So did Naruto. But now, when the dark inside him turned toward that distant pale scar of the Otsutsuki dimension, something else turned with it. A memory of orange paint on stone faces, a bowl of ramen steaming under cheap lights, a teacher's hand on his head, a rival refusing to admit care, a girl saying his name softly, a sand user reaching outward instead of inward, a dream of becoming Hokage, not to own the village, but to be seen by it and protect it in return. Those memories did not destroy the darkness, they gave it borders. And perhaps that was the closest thing to salvation the world could afford. The final time Gaara asked him what he saw when he looked at the stars, Naruto was silent for a long while. Then he said, "A lot of lonely places." Gaara's sand shifted at his feet, and Naruto smiled faintly, tired but human. "And I don't know if they need a king." Above them, the sky remained vast. Inside him, the hive listened. For once, it did not answer. Somewhere in the silence between stars, something that used to be only Knull waited. Somewhere beneath it, Naruto Uzumaki waited too. And between them, fragile as a line drawn in sand, the outward spiral held.